I'm going to go ahead and say this on camera, actually. So, hang on a second. No one deserves that kitten fan. I do want to apologize for yesterday. I allowed myself to get into that mentality of trying to rush because, of negative feedbacks and comment. And that's not happening anymore because several people pointed this out to me, how silly that was when you really sit back and look at it. This is the only WoW GA ever. This is the WoW Game Awards. There's not going to be another one. We've got 20 plus years of history to go through and to discuss and analyze and just to gush about both personal history and historical history. So, you know what? Screw it. Today we're going to start with Warlords. And that's why we're on our warrior right now. It's because our warrior did Warlords. Sure, J. Palmer. What was the question? Because I definitely remember it. I definitely do. It's right there. Do you care about his brother? Okay, interpretive, because he doesn't say. He doesn't come out. He doesn't turn to the camera and say, "Do you know I care very much about my brother?" No, he doesn't do that. So, yeah. Did he care about his brother? He didn't seem to give a damn about his brother being sacrificed so that he could have a better body for his bell. So I'm gonna go with no. At least not by the time he was already dead. So, Warlords. Warlords. You'll notice which song I picked for my garrison here. I suppose the first and easiest place to start. Look at all these rats. Aw, I've got little snow fighters going on too. Hi, little snow fighters. If you remember, starting at the top. WoW's history at this point was so wild. Starting at the top. What is the worst gimmick of Warlords? Back of the box feature, right? What's the worst thing about Warlords that was like supposed to be a big ol' selling point? The alternate reality certainly counts. Oh my god, you're right, Kitten Fan. No! The plot, yeah, no, the plot was very I actually agree with that. It's a good answer. It's not the answer I gave, but it's a good answer. What else we got? I got a lot of music here. Let's go with this one. Hi, Triaxia. There we go. There's some music. There's some garrison music. You'll notice I've got a lot of pets roaming around here. That's because it'll keep track of your pets, and your pets will roam around the camp. There's Tomahawk Man over there. You can tell they're my pets because they're named after Mega Man characters. There's Gravity Man up there. There's Ring Man. Warlords Classic. I mean, that would be a thing. Now, Warlords Remix. Hee hee hee. As they say. But no. The real answer for me, for the worst gimmick of Warlords, is the thing you're looking at. It's the garrisons. It's the thing everyone memes on. It's the thing everyone says is the worst thing ever, ever, ever. Is the garrison. Everyone points to the garrison as like, oh god, wow, Warlords sucked because of the garrison. It's the Jar Jar Binks of Warlords. And I mean that very specifically. For those of you not aware, Jar Jar Binks sucks, but he's not the problem with Episode 1. Yeah, I know, nuanced take. I'm weird. I get it. As my niece is throwing a tantrum right now. So, while garrisons do have their issues, and I am personally putting garrisons as one of the worst features, if not the worst feature, of Warlords of Draenor, calling this the reason Warlords suck is silly. I've actually talked about this already during the run, but to cover this briefly, there were several issues with the garrison. The biggest and most important issue is, you notice something around here? Like, there's some NPCs roaming, right? Which is good. And there's some pets roaming, which is... Yeah, there's no people. There's nobody here. There are no players. So, that's a problem. We actually talked about this extensively during the WoW run. We actually talked about this in FF14 as well, and a little bit in Guild Wars 2. The problem here is other players kind of form a degree of NPC set dressing, which I know sounds strange, but it's true when it comes to MMOs. We've talked about this. If you are playing an MMO and you're going through a capital city and it's dead, there's no other players there, it feels wrong. It gets across a completely different vibe, right? It feels off going through an MMO and there's just no other players. There is obviously such a thing as too many players. We've talked about that. Hashtag other players. But yeah, it feels abandoned, exactly. So there's like a sweet spot, right? There's a sweet spot. Or you can make it so your game, so other players don't diminish your gameplay experience, which it's worth noting both Guild Wars 2 and WoW have done as of this point in time. No, exactly, Blade 12. You're absolutely right. If I could use a weird example of this, also hi, Blade 12. If I could use a weird example of this, FF11 does not feel dead. Every time I go through one of the major hubs or cities, or even like one of the sides of, like when I go through Sandoria, which is a starter town for all intents and purposes, there are people. There are players. A lot of them are just standing around the crystal, but still, there's players there, and there's just that extra layer of, it's okay, there's players here, right? It's almost subconscious, right? How it's in the background there. And Garrison's completely screwed with that. I actually talked about this when we were going through the review run, because almost every capital city I'd go through, there were players. There were actually people. And then we got to Warlords, and it's like, yeah, I am the only living thing within this field of bots. So, garrisons are instanced. You have to go through a menu option to see someone else's garrison, which means it doesn't just happen natively, right? There's no natural way to do it. I use this example because Jesus Christ. I use this example because housing is like the exact opposite of that, right? The housing neighborhoods, you can just walk in there, you can just visit and be like, hey, so how are things? You know? I know, right? Can't excel. There's nothing but LLMs everywhere now. WoW knew. Warlords predicted it. Anyways, so that's just the first thing wrong with garrisons. The second thing wrong with garrisons, and someone in chat actually already pointed this out. Oh hey, I forgot I actually got this stupid statue. There wasn't a lot of reason to leave them. This is actually kind of an aggregate problem, which is several other problems combined. But garrisons were designed so that you could log in, roam around your garrison, and be done for the day. Like, that's your activity for the day, is roaming the garrison, right? And you'd go over, like, let me try to explain a little bit, because you would have your crafting stations down here, yep, so you'd go craft here, and then you go craft over here. There's my bank, by the way. And I'd go over here, and I'd do my blacksmithing stuff, and I'd go talk to this person, do their little event. Okay, and then I'd go over here, and I'd hit my mine, because I have a mine in my garrison. I'd go do my mine stuff. Then I'd go over here, and I'd do my herbalism stuff, and I'd go over here. And it's this whole thing of just, okay, so why would I bother going out into the world? It's such a fascinating concept. Because if you think about it, it's the perfect example of not thinking about the impact of a surface level solution. What I mean by that, a lot of things in real life, gaming and otherwise, have surface level solutions which look like they're a good solution. Like at first glance, it's like, yeah, this will work. But when you put real thought into it, it breaks down almost immediately. And that's this. Because a capital city having stuff in it to do makes sense. But then you need to go out into the world. The players need to have a reason to play the game. They need to have a reason to go out and gather mineral resources, or to go do dailies, or to head world quests, or to go try and find rares, or to try and explore areas they haven't gotten yet, or to finish up the quest chain they haven't done, or something. There needs to be a reason to leave the house. There's a reason it was such a commonly repeated joke that players, you see the player wake up in the morning in their garrison, and then they walk out and check their mission board. I'll talk about that in a second. And then they go check their mine, and they check their thing. Oh, okay. And then they go back to bed, because that's what you do. There was no reason to leave. Now that ties into two other issues. One is the quest chain. We'll get to that in a minute. The last one is what J. Palmer already mentioned, which is the mission board. So, oh hey, I have a completed mission. Hey, cool. So I could show you what a mission looks like. Hey, check it out. I should mention I went all in on this. Like I really did. I went all in on the mission board. I have level 40. I've got level 40 Garona. I've got all the super ultra rares. They're all item level 675. Like yeah, and they're all turbo maxed. And you just do missions, and you could get oil here. You could get a toy. You could get heirloom gear. You could get that right there is literally mythic raid gear from the mission board. So is that. That's something to upgrade a follower. There's experience for a follower. And the way the mission board worked, this was the first implementation of the mission board. I like how it's giving you the tutorial for this, by the way. You've never done this, right? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that's great, thanks. And it's like, okay, so yeah, let's send out... I don't have a 2 first, so let's go and send out Garona because she's insane. And Garona by herself gets a 94% chance of success. That's just, this is so stupid. There, boom. 100% chance of success. Boom, there you go. And I can just go crush that like a bug. Hi, Elizar. And yeah, you could get mounts, you could get toys, you could get all kinds of stuff from this. I have to admit, no, Elizar, I have to admit that I don't want to hate mission boards as a concept, but I've never thought of a way that they would not suck. Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Quest 5, Dragon Quest 6. For those of you who remember during the WoW run, one of my biggest complaints about the Order Halls was the mission boards. Like, how do you make this not suck? How do you make this not suck? I don't think you can. You notice they gave up on this. Shadowlands was the last expansion to have the mission board concept, and good riddance. Thank you, Scott Kivar. But yeah, let's be honest with ourselves. This is just, it's a mobile game. It's just a dumb mobile game thing. And that is pretty much the problem here. Oh, Shadowlands were terrible. Okay, this is going to sound strange. Warlords probably had the best mission board. I'm not actually kidding. But thank you, Dr. Winter, very much for the sub, as always. But no, hear me out for a second, okay? Hear me out for a second. First of all, it was rewarding. I know that sounds strange, but my point is, it was worth doing something. It was worth doing for more than just its own sake, right? By the time you get to Shadowlands, the only reason you were doing it is to get your, I forget what it's called for the week, and that's it, right? In Warlords, you could get mounts, you can get cosmetics, you could get gear, you could get experience, you could get money. I used to make a lot of money off of this, and in fact, it's actually pretty much the first time I ever had any real bank in this game ever. Pathfinder, Law of the Righteous, FF7R2, and Skyrim. Thank you, the Maestro. Always appreciate you. So it was worthwhile, first of all. Second of all, and Necronox, Darkest Dungeon 1, Evil Genius 2. Thank you again, Dr. Winter. So, yeah, if you catch it up now, it was worthwhile. It actually encouraged you to go out into the world. I know that sounds like a strange thing, but it's true. It was one of the only parts of the garrison that encouraged you to go out in the world. Why? You didn't get Garona by sitting around in the garrison, right? You didn't get, oh God, where is he? Where is he? The really good people, who apparently don't even have active right now. Crowman. You didn't get Crowman by sitting around in the garrison, right? You had to actually go out. Some of them you could, obviously, get in. Ignore Pleasurebot there. Who the heck is Pleasurebot? Oh, yeah, the massage guy. You had to, in order to get the actual best of these people, you would go out and you'd quest and you'd do stuff, and you'd actually have to go engage in the world, which was cool. So that's two things. The third thing is there was actual mechanics to it. I kind of glossed over this, but each character has their own abilities, which have their own effects on things. And you notice they have quite a few abilities, right? Like, that's not a small list of abilities. It's not like one thing where it's like, I have strength. No, they had a bunch of stuff which made for a lot of synergy. Deciding whom to use on a given mission was actual gameplay, because there was some depth to it. Speaking of which, the missions themselves, let's go back out of this, actually had some cool, like, requirements and difficulties to them. Like here, right? There's the dudes, there's what you have to combat, and there's the guys you can put in their place. I think that was everything. Oh, and progression. Sorry, that was the last thing. Because you could level up your followers, and you could gear them up, and doing so was smooth and intuitive rather than frustrating and irritating. Hi, Shadowlands. This is about as good as the mission board ever got, and it's still bad, is kind of the point I'm actually making here. I know I'm talking it up, but the point I'm trying to make is that this was still a bad thing. It's just, this is the best implementation of it we've ever gotten. So, garrisons kept you locked here. They forced you to do the mission boardy thing, which still sucked, despite everything. The shipping table? Oh, God. I'd probably put that above Shadowlands, but below Legion, I think. Just right off the top of my head. And yeah, it was just... not a big fan. So all of this meant that Garrison's turbo sucked. But enough negativity. Enough negativity. Why don't we move forward and talk about the best feature? What was the best back-of-the-box gimmick? Yeah, let's switch ahead to this. It was Paranoid Android. Best feature of Warlords, right there, bar none. That's great. It's Alpha Centauri. FTL, Bioshock 2. So I'm going to go ahead and admit to you I'm cheating here, because I actually have two answers for this. One is the real answer, and one is the technically answer. You see, he sells spirits. He sells spirits, you see, because... You see, he's a... And he sells... Anyways. So let's give you the technically answer first, right? Because the real answer wasn't a back-of-the-box feature. The real answer... Or, sorry, the technical answer... I screwed up my own terminology. The technical answer here was... Garrisons. No. Hear me out. So, Garrisons had this weird thing going. Everything you're looking at, everything I've just been complaining about, was all at max level. Everything I just explained was basically the end game loop. We talk about treadmill zones. There was one treadmill zone, but there wasn't anything to do once you finish the campaign, once you max the game. Except for Garrisons, and that sucked. But while you're leveling, Garrisons were awesome. So, for those of you who don't remember that particular experience, this garrison was not nearly this big or developed while leveling. It was a few tiny little huts, and you could allocate resources to it towards developing and producing it and getting access to more buildings, which gave you access to more stuff. Whoop, jump cap. I just jump capped. Hey, I can show you on camera. So, that was cool. That was awesome. That was fantastic. But the other thing, and a lot of people tend to forget this, is as you were leveling, your garrison would also gain an outpost in each city. I don't know why I said city. In each zone, excuse me. So each new zone, you would have a choice, usually just between two things, between which outpost you want to put out there. And those outposts would give you something. Something tangible, I should mention. Something that you could use out in the world. And I'll even demonstrate here. Let me head down to Nagrin, because Nagrin's like right here. Yep, the jailer was like, I got you, fam. I heard you wanted me to ruin Warcraft forever. I got you. There it is, right there. Do you see it? And I even got a tutorial pop up because clearly I've never played Warlords before. Garrison Zone ability unlocked. And so for here, I got the freaking Demolisher. And in case you don't know what a Demolisher is, every 10 minutes, I could just play as a tank. This is exactly as fun as it sounds, by the way. And the other one for this zone, for the record, Jesus Christ, they just murdered me. The other one for this zone was you gained the ability to have a mount, which allowed you to fight while moving, which is also exactly as fun as it sounds. It's basically the prototype of that Death Knight ability you get nowadays in the hero talents. So that was awesome. Garrisons were actually very cool while leveling. And the core problem with Garrisons boils down to the same core problem with everything in Warlords. Because the worst thing about Warlords, I'm just going to tell you right now, this isn't part of the WoW user, it's just the worst thing about Warlords is that it quit. It just stopped. Storyline stopped. Leveling progression stopped. Garrisons stopped. Raiding stopped. There were only 3 raids, and they were very weirdly spread out. Like, it was just, they just stopped developing the game. Yeah, the last patch of Warlords was enormous, and it was just dead zone, dead air. And that is the reason why so many people think of Warlords so badly. Yeah, no, it was a very unique form of abandonment. Like, imagine if mid-Promathia, the entire expansion just stopped dead in its tracks. Now, all of this makes sense from a behind-the-scenes perspective. This is pretty much officially when Titan had exploded, right? Titan had fallen apart, and the ripple effects it was having on the entire company were starting to be felt. And the devs really did just walk away from Warlords. They were just like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to work on Legion, and then we're going to quit. I'm not even joking. They just quit. I mean, this is right about when Metzen had to go to the frickin' hospital because of hypertension and stress. This was a bad time in the offices. So it makes sense. It does. But good God. So very, 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 very short answer. Titan was supposed to be the thing that replaced WoW. It was supposed to be WoW 2. It was going to be a big superhero-based MMO. Overwatch built a lot of its bones out of Titan. And we don't know a lot of details because Blizzard likes to be extremely quiet about that kind of thing. So most of what we know is from people who have since quit Blizzard and have then shared. But Titan never worked. We don't even really know why. But it's worth noting they were working on Titan since Wrath. Cataclysm was intended to be the last WoW expansion. It kind of shows if you think about it. The Age of Mortals has begun. Yeah, sure. And that was going to be the end of WoW. And then WoW 2 was supposed to keep going. That didn't happen. So, anyways. But I promised you a real answer. Obviously, at the time, garrisons were kind of the big back-of-the-box feature, and they were terrible at end level and great while leveling. But there was something Warlords did that was actually invaluable, and I have posited for years. I've never been, my opinion on this has never changed, and doing the lore run and the review run series and all the research I did for that has just codified my opinion that if not for Warlords, we never would have gotten Modern WoW. Like, we would have been choked down like, frankly, every other MMO is. Guild Wars 2, FF14, Lotro, Final Fantasy 11 to some extent, all of the MMOs out there, they all run into this weird problem where they sort of have to keep pushing out content. STO ran into this pretty hard too. They have to keep pushing out content. They have to keep the player base happy and satisfied. But the game just kind of slowly falls behind. Just thanks to the inevitable march of time, right? And bit by bit, as new mechanics and concepts and quality of life features are a thing, the game kind of just never stops falling behind. You need to have an entire expansion whose entire point is to solve your tech debt. Warlords was the tech debt expansion. A lot of people make fun of the Twitter patch. You remember that one? It's worth noting there's a good reason people make fun of that patch. It's because that patch, from the player's perspective at the time, added the ability to do Twitter posts in game, and that's it. What a lot of people do not know, or did not care to read about, or did not care to look into, is that patch was a gigantic tech debt patch. It was a huge quality of life patch. It changed so much of how the game operates under the hood. And Warlords in general was all about that. Several of you mentioned earlier, by the way, thumbs up for correctly picking on this, mentioned the character model updates. What not a lot of people probably realize is character model updates necessitates an engine overhaul. You can't just, like, up the texture quality of Cloud in FF7. It's just going to look terrible. We needed to have not only new rigging and new meshing and new textures, but we had to have a new engine to render all of the above, right? The core game needed to be overhauled, and that was what Warlords did. This is the actual best feature of Warlords of Draenor. Legion and BFA, which also pushed things forward, it's worth noting, could not have done so if Warlords had not already done that massive overhaul. It was an entire expansion that was sacrificed and did plenty of damage to the game and to the brand and to the players in order to have that gigantic chunk forward in terms of technology. And because of that, they've been able to keep up ever since. I have said for years that FF14 needs its own Warlords of Draenor. Because it does. It needs an expansion where they just do that. It's worth noting, Dawntrail might be that, in hindsight. Yeah, no, that is the problem, Blade Troll. That is the exact issue. Most MMOs can't. Imagine an MMO that just doesn't have any new content or expansion or release for, say, about 3+ years, right? Imagine 3+ years of just slowly bleeding out your player base. Honestly, WoW almost didn't survive this. Quite frankly, if Legion wasn't Legion, there's a decent chance WoW would have just flopped right after Warlords. Or more accurately, right after Legion. And yeah, I know, I have many complaints about Legion, but it was still Legion. Yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. Woof! Yeah, that, woof. Anyways, moving on. So, sorry. Worst gimmick, best gimmick. So what's the worst spec? It's Rogue. Alright, what's the second worst spec? I love how it's still playing the Shattering music. I'm out here, guys. You can stop playing the Shattering. It's like a 10-minute song. Now we're in Gilneas. We're just in Gilneas now. This is cool. Oh, dude. Okay, yeah. No, that's actually a very valid perspective. If Shadowlands had come out after Warlords, that would have been it. WoW would have died right there. Just on the spot. Boom. No nothing. That's the end of it. That might have spelled the end of Blizzard as an independent company. Because remember, Kotick and his cronies were still in charge at this point in time. Yeah, remember, Shadowlands already almost killed WoW. The only reason it didn't is because of WoW Classic. Oh, God. Oh, that is... Okay, which is worse? Which is worse? Warlords into Shadowlands, or Shadowlands into Warlords? Right? Like the big tech debt followed by the... or the followed by an entire expansion of tech debt. Like, which of those would be worse? Ugh. Also true, Mook. I mean, yeah, Classic was being worked on in the background for years. It had to be. It was a minor project that didn't get a lot of budget or resources because this was the era when Kotick and the cronies were in charge. This is also when Metzen had basically left, walked away from everything. And I hate to put that much credit on one person's shoulders, but actually, I think he deserves it in that case. Metzen was very much a singular force for trying to keep WoW together. And we know exactly what happened when he left. And when he was brought back. So, I mean... Anyways, getting off topic. The song is still playing. We're in the Dwarven lands now. Check out these Dwarven lands. Ahem. So I said the worst kit, right? The worst class, the worst spec. This is actually kind of troubling. Difficult? Problematic? Because most of the classes kind of were good in Warlords. So we're once again at that point of least bad, right? I actually do have my answer, as I often do. You know, other than Rogue, because it's Rogue. Rogue's the answer. Rogue's always the answer. Poor Rogue. Speaking of good skyboxes, check that out. Demon Hunter, yes! It was the worst kit in Warlords. For me, yeah, Evoker, clearly. Discipline Priest. Disc was in a weird place for a lot of its history. As far back as Cataclysm. So, okay, let's actually walk the sentence back. All the way back in Wrath, Discipline had... No, exactly. But Discipline had a very strong identity. It was... yeah, fair, believable. Discipline had bubbles. And for those who don't know what that means, preventative. It would prevent damage from happening. That was useful. That was helpful. That was awesome. Well, I mean, true, Lord Hamlet. You get my overall point. So... Discipline, you know, bubbles were fantastic because there were so many attacks where you just wanted to prevent damage from happening for whatever reason, right? Yeah, it was considered mandatory for the Lich King fight, for example. In Cataclysm, they changed it up so Discipline didn't have bubbles anymore, and instead it would do damage to heal, which was a cool idea and very cool, and very neat. And then they hated that for whatever reason, so they're like, okay, well, let's overhaul that again. And then they tried to mess around in Pandaria. And then they got to Warlords, and it felt like they just had given up on Discipline temporarily in Warlords, because they didn't know what to do with it. It was this very strange, not quite hybrid spec. And they hadn't figured out what they even wanted to do with it yet. Actually, yeah, Blade Cheval. It's a good comparison. And obviously it was still a good spec, because it's still Warlords, and class design was really good in Warlords and Legion, it's worth noting. But I would say that, other than Rogue, the worst overall spec in Warlords probably was Disc Priest, just because they still hadn't figured out what the hell they actually wanted to do with it yet. I know, right, J. Palmer? Anyways. So, what's the best kit? Okay, so, I have two picks here. But what was the best spec in Warlords? The cream of the crop. I admit I am turbo biased by one of them, because it was my main at the time, and that's kind of giving it away because, well, I'm on my main at the time. This is the character I was playing in Warlords. That's why I got on this character, to show off Warlords. Moonkin was stupid. But, again, being overpowered isn't necessarily an indicator of being good, right? Good class design, right? Good overall class design. So I'll go ahead and give you the one. Prot Warrior. Prot Warrior had a lot going for it. First of all, Warrior has always kind of been the utility tank, which, first of all, is right up my alley, but second of all, means it's great in almost every situation at least once. It's kind of, this is going to sound so strange, I actually think Prot Warrior, Protection Warrior, is one of the rare cases of a red mage concept working in an MMO. Because it is not as good at anything as all the other tanks are, but it is good at everything, whereas the other tanks aren't. There's no such thing as a fight you can't use a Prot Warrior on. And you could pull some bull crap with Prot Warrior. But in Warlords in particular, not only did they give them an honest-to-God bubble, which, as we just talked about, is very useful in some situations, they also gave them this wonderful ability, which I actually don't remember what it was called. It was one of their last talents, and it turned them into a DPS. It got rid of the live elements of their spec. Reduced armor, reduced health, reduced ability to dodge and block and all that stuff. Gladiator, that was a gladiator stance. But it gave them a crap ton of damage in exchange. It basically turned them into a gunbreaker, for those of you familiar with Final Fantasy XIV. It was a DPS spec in a tank spec's clothing. And all of a sudden, Prot Warrior was awesome. I actually didn't switch out of Prot Warrior for pretty much my entire tenure in Warlords, because I didn't have to. I could just be a tank warrior with my shield and my sword and just body everything. And if we have to kill something, I just switch over. Yeah, Gowry. I just switch over to Gladiator stance, which I had. It was a talent. And if I need to be tanked, I switch out of Gladiator stance. Boom. It is shocking how much that seemingly minor change completely altered how I played Prot Warrior. Naturally, people complained about it endlessly, which is why they got rid of it. I don't know if there's any validity to their complaints. I can't speak to that. But from my perspective, they took something fun and interesting and useful that gave me choices and options in playing the game, and it made the game less grindy and more fun, and they got rid of it because people complained. So you'll forgive me for being a little salty there. But I said I had two answers. The other was Shadow Priest. I know I just talked down Discipline Priest. Well, so Shadow Priest had 3 talents at 100, and it was at 100. This was such a cool concept, and I'm so sad they walked this back. They've never really gone back to this. These 3 talents, so you can only pick one of the 3 talents, but each one completely changed your playstyle. One of them got rid of your dots. Just got rid of them. So you couldn't actually cast dots anymore. But it changed your nukes. And made one of them insta-cast and one of them like cast faster, and it gave you like extra charges or something. It was a whole thing, right? I don't think charges existed yet, actually, but you get my point. It made your castiness, so you just kind of turned into a shadow mage, which was cool. One of them made one of your dots last a minute, which may or may not sound like as big of a deal as it is. Yes, Maverick. But the minute dot, it wasn't just a dot that was a minute long. Like, there were several things about it and maintaining it. And the idea was that you would just put this dot on, and then you would do everything else to buff and maintain the dot. Because as long as that dot was on, you were doing better stuff. The final one was this really weird combo-y thing, where, like, you'd put up the dots, and then you would eat the dots to do damage, at which point you would then reapply the dots. And it turned your actual dotting of the enemy into, like, a builder-spender combo. And if you're paying attention, all 3 of those changed how you'd play. Like, they were mutators, which is what I love about talents in general. They were mutators on your playstyle and could completely alter the playstyle. That was great, and it was awesome, and all 3 of them were fun and interesting and cool. Warlords had some really good class design. Moving on. So, what's the worst zone in Warlords? Okay. What's the second worst zone in Warlords? Because this is the worst zone. Like, it's not even close. It's not even an argument. Tanan Jungle is just... Not counting Ashran. I didn't count Wintergrass, but I'm not going to count Ashran. Yeah, Tanan Jungle and Ashran. That's why I'm joking, because Tanan doesn't count. First of all, it's a treadmill zone, which I tend to not count for zone design. Second of all, it's one of the worst treadmill zones in the entire game. We talked about this before. A treadmill zone is not a bad thing inherently. Someone actually asked recently, is a treadmill zone, it was a grind zone, a zone designed to go and hunt, always a bad thing? And I said very firmly, no. There's design and concepts and flow and how much you have to fight and how enemies are designed and what bosses you have and what encounters you can have and what events you can have. You can make a good treadmill zone. This ain't it. For all my ire towards the Timeless Isle, get it? Meanwhile, Evo's over there just rolling their eyes at me. The Timeless Isle wasn't actually all that bad, really. Like, most of my ire towards it was the fact that we had 399 days of it. But this, Keldanis was a good treadmill zone too. This This zone sucked. And I know you can't really tell just by looking around, so let me just run you through this for a bit. First of all, there was no content to speak of. Like, so over here we had our bases. There's our Horde base and our Alliance base, because for some reason we still have two bases. It's you pop in, there was a story arc, which was just a straight up throw. It was basically a copy paste of the Cipher of Damnation quest arc back in BC. And it was weekly gated, so you could only do one quest. No, not one quest chain. One quest a week. Which was just... Okay. Sure. And then you'd come out here, and it's like, okay, well, what else do I do? Well, you would get your 2 daily quests. Up here in the hub. They're right over here. There it is. Hang on. Hi, what's up? Oh, sorry. 1 daily quest. Oh, no, there's the other. I know there's another one. Yeah, it's down there. Right down there. So there's our other daily quest. Yep. So you get your 2 daily quests. And then you would grind the dumbest reps since, like, BC, I would say. These were really bad rep grinds. Also, you had to do several of them. You know why? Because that's how you unlocked flying. Oh yeah, you remember back when Pathfinder existed? I remember when Oh, there's Evo. I was joking at you and you weren't here. No, I made a joke for nobody. No. I'm all sad. Hope you're buddy. Yeah, Pathfinder was awful. I was so glad when they abandoned that like a hot potato, because it was always dumb. If you ever want to know how much the current modern WoW devs acknowledge that Pathfinder is dumb, when you hit level 10 as a brand new character, you will immediately gain access to dragon flying. Please think about that for a second. Contrast that with, alright, you've hit max level, now go do this arduous grind in order to get the first half of the Pathfinder achievement. Don't worry, there's going to be another patch with another Pathfinder achievement, which is also going to be an arduous grind in order to unlock basic-ass flying. Ahem. 10 on jungle sucked, but it's not the real answer, because it is cheating. It is cheating. Like I said, we don't really count treadmill zones when it comes to zone design, because they're kind of their own thing, right? So I guess I should clarify. When I say zone, I mean like a leveling zone, right? Primary content zone, MSQ/Prime Opt. This is where you spin your wheels for a while, good or bad. So I don't know where Farallon... I mean, we're in Farallon. This... Oh, no, I get what you mean. Yeah, Farallon. There it is. Look at that zone. Oh, that zone sucks. Look at this zone. Ugh. Ugh. Just terrible. Yeah. So for those who don't remember, there was going to be a whole other zone called the Farallon Plains, which is Netherstorm, right? Yeah, that got axed. I told you. That was Warlords. That was Warlords. Chakunk. Done. That was Warlords. And we're done. Yeah, you see that little thing? It doesn't even look like a thing. Do you see that in the lower left there? Look in the far lower left of my map. That's the Ogre Lands. You remember how Warlords had some really cool Ogre Lands? It was actually one of the first... No, I'm going to take that back. It was the first expansion that actually fleshed out the Ogres, like culturally, politically, in terms of magic. Like, they had their own unique form of casting magic. They had their own empire. In the original idea, this over here, Heimal, was not the capital of the Gorian Empire. It was just an outpost. Like, we were dealing with... Like, we were Britain, right? And that was the Roman outpost in Britain. Albion, excuse me. And, like, the actual Roman Empire was way down there. All that was dropped. So then they just very crudely were like, oh, yeah, no, this is the whole Gorian Empire. This town is the whole Gorian Empire over here. Warlords, ladies and gentlemen. Anyways, I swear this expansion isn't as bad as it looks. But the problem is, what I talked about earlier, was the problem with everything. The entire game was just dropped. Yeah, you notice I'm actually floating around here. So, my answer is Talador. 2 big reasons for that. Reason number 1, there's an entire quest chain here, which was supposed to be about Orgrim and his development, his connection to Durotan, excuse me. and his working with Blackhand and why he was willing to work with the Iron Horde and why the elements were in tumult and trying to understand the nature of things, and him slowly coming to realize that he needs to fight against the Iron Horde because this isn't what the BlackRock are all about. And then there's going to be the story arc where Blackhand is actually like one of the major powers behind the Iron Horde, and it was a whole cool, interesting stuff. You know how much of that is still in the game? I'll give you a hint. Basically none of it. So over here, I'll even show you the exact spot. We have a quest where we escort Duratan down to this exact point. And we're here, and Orgrim's like, I am loyal to the Iron Horde. And then we go and we do a couple of quests which have absolutely nothing to do with anything. And then 7 or 8 quests down the line, we get over here. I actually don't think it's on the ship. I think it's at the docks, but whatever. And when we're over here, Orgrim is like, I would never be loyal to such an horribly evil organization as the Iron Horde. And then Blackhand kills him in the end. What? The other reason I picked Talador is everything that you're looking at. This is Shattrath. I would forgive you for not knowing or recognizing that, because it's this giant shielded bubble wall thing, which we cannot go inside of. And this is it. There's nothing here. Like, no, there's literally nothing here. There's like a world questy kind of a thing. It wasn't a world quest. World quests weren't invented yet. That was Legion. But there's some kind of event you could do here. Oh yeah, that also happens. And that's it. Keep in mind, this is a gargantuan chunk of territory. Look at this. This is a huge swath of land. This is an entire subzone, which is just set dressing. It's just here. It's just a prop. There's nothing to do here. Sound familiar? Bonus points for why I think Talador is the worst leveling zone in Warlords. So I don't think I can actually go all the way over there. I'll double check. But so there was this legendary chain, which doesn't exist anymore in the game. Thank you, Abandonment. And over here, where am I? Am I in the right spot? Yeah, I'm in the right spot. I'm going that way. Ooh, visual memory. When you came over here, first of all, Jaina showed up and was like, hey, I'm evil, just as a reminder. But the Kirin Tor had set up this outpost in the middle of the Zanger, which is the dumbest thing they could possibly do, but let's just ignore that for a second. And if you looked up here during one of the quests of the legendary chain, you would see Wrathion. He was in his whelp form, and he was just floating up overhead there. Most players didn't even notice that, because, you know, if you're doing the quest, you're down here watching the cutscene, and you're not doing this, looking up at Wrathion. So most people didn't even notice he was frickin' there at all. But second of all, Wrathion, for those of you not aware, is the person who started the entire expansion. He's literally the reason Warlords exists in universe. And his only presence in the entire expansion was poking his head in for one cutscene. I know that's kind of a technically, but honestly, whatever. What do you want from me? So what's the best zone? What's the best zone of Warlords? So the problem is, as of Warlords, we're getting to the point where questing zones are just kind of crushing it. So picking a best is going to start getting a little bit difficult. I really hope you didn't, Valerian, because that would suck. I hope I can take your mind off it at least a little bit. For me, I ultimately decided on Frostfire. It's a hard pick because they're all such bangers. But the music, the visual storytelling, this is one of the few zones that feels like a complete zone. Like, no asterisks, no whatevers. It's just a really great zone, top to bottom. We've got the leftovers of the... Oh, God, what is this stupid clan named? What is your clan name? Hang on, let's zoom in here. There, you. What are you? Thunderlords. The Thunderlord. So yeah, this is the Thunderlord capital inside the body of a giant, which is just kind of cool and very Thunderlord. It actually speaks to their overall mentality and belief. It's also part of the overall motif of Warlords is that each clan had their own thing, which they used in order to thing, because each clan was hyper-specialized in lore back in the day. They were, Jay Palmer, in Warcraft 2. I think the expansion? But don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on that. My Warcraft 2 knowledge is not as immediately at the front of my brain. It's been a while. But yeah, so we had visuals, we had visual storytelling, we had cool quest arcs. Everything to do with Gunar's quest arc in the MSQ in this zone was phenomenal. I even loved how the game was building up to what was clearly going to be a big fake drama moment. And then the two people talked it out. And it stopped being fake drama. Now, it did take a slap. We talked about that. There was that moment where Durotan had to, metaphorically, slap Gunnar. And just threw down his axes and said, okay, kill me. Kill me. I offer no resistance. And that got his attention. That really slapped right across Gunnar's face. And he was just like, okay. You're right. I don't want to kill my brother. And that's when Durotan then reached out to him. You know, okay. First, I put myself at your mercy. Second of all, I'm going to reach out a hand to you. It's a great moment. It's a great scene. It also then culminated in one of my favorite scenes. Someone asked me my favorite cinematic in Warlords. It's this one. It's the cinematic I call Loktar. And, yeah, this cinematic is still one of the best in the whole game. At least until, like, Dragonflight era. This, oof, oof. Yeah. So, great zone. Top to bottom. I try not to say the opening cinematics, because Warlord's opening cinematic is actually really, really good. But anyways, let's talk about the worst dungeon. It did, Mook. It led directly into Gorgot. What's the worst dungeon? Now, this is Warlord's era, so we've got some damn good dungeons. So, as usual, this has basically become least good dungeon. What's the least good dungeon here? Now, you probably can guess what it is, based on where I'm going. And that's because you're wrong. It's actually not this at all. But I wanted to talk about this because my first knee-jerk thought was actually Blood Maul Slag Mines. But then, I stalled on that thought for a second. And I redid... Oh, I passed it. And then I redid the dungeon. And I was like, no, actually, this place is awesome. I know, it's Warlords, so it's like least awesome. But like, okay, well, it won't be the least awesome then. It sort of clicked with me. When I pulled this up, went over to Dungeons, scooched down to Warlords, which I can read, there it is. And it was just staring me right in the face. Because I forgot it existed. It's Ubris. It's the new Ubris. Don't mistake me, it is still a good dungeon. Again, remember, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. But Ubris just was not at the level of the other dungeons. Probably at least partially because of the fact that it was still chained to all of the terrain of the original Upper Blackrock Spire, which is where the term Ubris comes from, by the way. So, like, the Orbender, he's a cool fight, you know, okay. Kyrak is kind of boring. Commander Tharbek is kind of boring. Ragewing is cool. That's a fun fight. Zayla is actually a fun fight. She's pretty hard. And the trash is fine. It's a good dungeon. It just doesn't hit the highs of the others. The Everbloom did have a couple of issues, but I don't think it had as many issues. If you put a gun to my head, I'd probably put Everbloom as like the second least good. But hang on. What's the best dungeon? Okay, I couldn't have planned that music cue. Yeah, the problem is, so least good kind of became a bit of a thing, but best dungeon throughout the course of the games, started becoming a very, very difficult question for me. Because, good God, you know, how do you pick a best dungeon amongst these? I actually ended up defaulting to 2. Because I couldn't pick between the 2. I couldn't do it. You can probably already tell what they are based on where I am. One of them is the docks, which I can actually just fly over. It's right here. There's the dungeon. Right down there. So let's talk about this briefly. Let's kind of talk about why this kind of pushed up above the others. So you got some decent trash or whatever. You got your first boss. The first boss is a... Whoop. What the... Anyways. The first boss is a hell of a coordination gear check combined, especially when you're doing it when it was hard. Scooching past that, you have this wonderful section. So this walkway right here was filled with tons and tons of trash, including the big old Ogrons. I should mention one Ogron by himself is considered an entire trash pack. And there were multiple of them there. Oh god, that sounds awful and arduous and terrible, except they gave us frickin' bombs. And the way these bombs work is you would line it up, right? You would like, okay, line this up into a direction, and then let her rip. And it was a line bomb. It would just go straight in whatever direction you aimed. And if you aimed well enough and timed it well enough, you would kill the crap out of them. And there was timing involved and skill, and it was a great way to give the players a way to basically bypass trash while still giving you gameplay. Then you got over there. You see those blocks kind of blocking the way? So the ship over, which isn't actually in the docks, but pretend there's a ship in the dock there for just a second, okay? Ooh, chilaquiles. Well, yeah, Jay Palmer. No, that's not the game's fault. That's their fault. So you have a ship over there. That ship is sending barrages of attacks towards you, and you're running across this area, right? So you have to get behind line of sight. You have to hide from the barrages, and then you have to rush forward, and then hide behind a barrage, and then rush forward, and then hide behind a barrage. I should mention this entire time, there's a humor positive happening, because the guy on the ship is hilariously incompetent. Fire! Fire! Aim, then fire! Or, yeah. So we got over here. We fight the trio. This is another typical micro-council fight. Great fight. Not much to add here. Just great fight. Train appears to be having issues. As we're coming down here, he's like, wait, I have an idea. We'll send that horrible saber maw after them that we captured. And he's like, oh, that's a good idea, sir. That's what I do. I think good. Which is still one of my favorite quotes in this entire game. Why are the Frostwolf fighting a Wargron over here? What is this? Who are they? What is going on over here? Why is there a camp over here? Why is there a flight master over here? Huh? Anyways. Ooh, nice Joker. Anyways, and then you'd get up to the boss fight itself. The boss fight, as with so many fights in this era, was tutorialized by the trash. So he would do a knockback to the very back of the ship, at which point you then had to push your way forward as quickly as you could while hiding in line of sight to avoid his barrages. Once you reached him again, you could interrupt the barrages and continue the fight. There's other mechanics, but that was the main thing. Right. I remember that, Maverick. In all, every boss here was good. All the trash here was good. The visual aesthetics were phenomenal. It did look like this. It was a little different, but you get the idea. I love the aesthetic of the Iron Horde, as an aside. I always have. Big old bolted chunks of crude iron chunked onto each other. Like this look right here. There's the giant bolts, right? I love that look. So it was funny. It was fun. Trash-wise, it was fun. Design-wise, it was fun. Boss-wise, this dungeon was phenomenal. And I think I'm kind of talking my way up to it just being the best, because the other one was a train. So, the train... I'm one of those bizarro people who's kind of always liked the train. So the train's exactly what it sounds like. You start off, you're at a train depot, and you have to work your way on. There's goblins who are throwing bombs all over the place, and there's like lightning, all this stuff. You fight a boss who is a goblin who's jumping around on a jetpack while shooting with missiles. It's a cool fight. It's one of those, you have to use the boss against the boss kind of fights. But then you jump on the train, and then the train's moving, and that is cool. Let me just get that out of the way. That is cool. But what I like about it is the design of everything on the way. So it's a corridor, because you're on a train, right? But there's still plenty of terrain in the way, and there's still plenty of room in between trash packs to still encourage you to think about where you're going to be. Then, each of the trash in those is very well designed and honestly extremely mean. You have flamethrower guys, you have the big knockback guy, you have the dudes who do the debuffs, and you have to think about target priority, and you have to think about where you're facing them, and all kinds of cool stuff like that. Then you get to the first boss, who it looks like he's just a normal-ass boss, until he blows out the walls of the train, and now you can walk out on the walls, on the sides of the train and walk forward as he gets in a giant turret and starts shooting at you. Now, you can just go and shoot the turret. You're not really supposed to. You can, especially if you can outgear it. I do like that they let you, by the way. Good design. Bad design would be preventing you from doing any damage to the turret outside of the mechanic. But you can actually damage the turret if you're good enough or you're ranged enough or you just want to handle it. There's going to be trash that spawns constantly. Two types of trash. One type of trash uses grenades on you. The other one just kind of does damage. The grenade guys drop their grenades, which gives you an extra button, which is the grenades. And you can use the grenades, and it's a short little AoE, but it does a ton of damage and does extra damage to the trash. The other guys drop ammo, which you then get in your turrets and start shooting his turret with. By the way, he also has a mechanic where he will just start unloading. It's called suppressing fire. Unloading on one particular... He'll pick, like, Mr. Red, and he'll just start shooting at wherever Mr. Red is. Anything around Mr. Red or in between the boss and Mr. Red is going to get murdered, because suppression fire does a ton of damage. But if Mr. Red scooches behind a line of sight pillar, of which there are several, like this, and just kind of hides here, all the shots hit the pillar and do nothing. It's worth noting there are several pillars and several spots where you can play, and depending on your loadout, what your team is and all that, there are several ways to approaching this boss. It's a great fight. It's a little bit of a pug killer, because a lot of pugs can't quite coordinate enough in some cases to do the fight. But that doesn't stop it from being a phenomenal fight. It's a great fight. The last boss is somewhat simple by comparison. You have to dodge some molten lava, and it's just whatever. The last boss does area denial while simultaneously preventing you from moving. And so what you have to do is you have to make sure you kind of position yourself correctly and make sure your healer is on it in order to dispel some of the traps. That's kind of, it's a good fight. It's not as phenomenally amazing as the last one. Between these two, I think talking through both dungeons, I feel like I'm actually going to give it to the docks. If you put a gun to my head and force me to pick one, I think the docks edge it out. The docks are just good top to bottom, no asterisks. Whereas the train has one boss that is not super amazing, which edges it down both the docks, I think. The spires, I would probably put like immediately one notch below the train, because the spires is also phenomenal. The spires, oh my god, you're just gonna make me talk about this. The spires has let's just go this quickly. First of all, you can just fall off on the spires. Ah! As you might imagine, several trash have the ability to do knockbacks or blow attacks or whatever. There's also a wind mechanic later. The first boss has this stuff where he'll throw down massive area denial whirlwinds and spinning things, which encourage the player to kind of rotate around them in order to make sure that they're still fighting, and the boss himself does this dash attack. This is a whole cool thing. The second boss, you have to intercept beams. The beams buff him and debuff you. So you want to intercept them, but you want to rotate who's intercepting them and make sure people who aren't super debuffed or the tank are intercepting the beams. The third boss is actually really mean. Probably the hardest boss in the whole dungeon, especially when done when it's hard. The third boss is a bird. And he's just hovering here, right off the edge of a platform, kind of like this-ish. And so you have to be right at the edge of the platform to hit him. There's also a big old pillar, like right over here, right? So you're over here fighting the boss. Fight, 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 fight. Yeah, by the way, they're all birds. They're all birds. So you're fighting this guy, fight, 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 fight. And he will do a thing where he'll fling feathers out. And feathers is one of those, it's something, wow, I don't want to say invented, but popularized, was the concept of escalating damage. Let me explain why this is a fantastic game design choice. Escalating damage is like, the first time you get hit, you take 1 damage. The second time you get hit, you take 10 damage. The third time you get hit, you take 100 damage. The fourth time you get hit, you take 1,000 damage. You get the idea? The reason this is such a great thing is it still makes mechanics punishing while automatically baking in a gradient. Instead of, oh, you missed 1 hit, you're dead. You know, that kind of binary thing that most things do. You looked away, went, oh, you're dead instantly. Instead, you are given a chance to recover if you screw up. Because you getting hit once isn't a big deal. You getting hit twice is kind of worse, and 3 times is getting even worse, and you get it, right? How much you can put up with is also in your hands, so it allows the player to push a little bit if they feel like they can handle a few stacks of this. And yeah, it's like fallen stacks, exactly. It's a great mechanic, it's a great concept. It also puts a little bit of leeway there for things like lag spikes, but it also bakes in, it's kind of self-informing. Let me explain what I mean by that. Let's say the boss is this giant gun. The gun's like, hello, I have a gun. And the gun pushes. And it's going to hit you 5 times. And same concept, right? First hit does nothing. Second hit does more. Third hit does more. 5th hit kills you, right? If you get hit by the 5th hit, you're just dead. Okay, cool. So let's say you are playing the game normally and you have the in-game, whatcha-figure, which I can't think of the name of. They have their own term for it. I guess boss warnings is what it's called. So you have boss warnings on, and it's like, hey, he's about to shoot you. And you're like, oh, shoot. Okay, rush. And you get behind line of sight. You're safe. Woo! What if you don't have boss warnings on? Or what if it causes you issues? Or what if you don't have add-ons going? How do you know the big gun is shooting you? The gradient thing kind of serves as a warning that you're getting shot at that point. I know that sounds strange, but all you have to do is think about someone who is tunnel visioning, or isn't paying too much attention, or doesn't have add-ons going, or is already freaking out about something else, or maybe they're playing while distracted because they're watching the kid at the same time. All you have to think about is a situation where they're not completely on their game, and the first hit itself becomes the warning that the boss is doing the shots, right? So it's like, oh, shoot, right, I'm getting hit. And then you take your second hit on the way over here, and then you're good. Because you've managed to get out of the way. Done. Great idea. Anyways, sorry, getting back to the point, that's the feathers on the third boss. There's actually a lot of bosses that do that kind of gradient damage, and I love the mechanic in general. So feathers, there's also this trash. This trash is awful. So there's a bunch of ash piles on the ground, right? And each of these ash piles, if an ad dies within range of an ash pile, it resurrects that ash pile as a new ad. Each ad that dies leaves a new ash pile. So this is a soft enrage, very quickly escalating problem with the ads. And I don't know what else to add to that. Like, generally speaking, what you'll do, especially if you're doing it while it's hard, is you'll drag the one ad that's currently up way off to the side, use the entire group to just nuke it down so the ash pile is way over there, and then when the next ad spawns, try and repeat that, and you will eventually run out of room, of course, but that's how you deal with that. You can also just ignore them if you feel like you can deal with it. But yeah, the ads will absolutely wipe the crap out of you if you let them go. Because I forgot to mention something. When an ad reaches you, it explodes. And it dies. Which, if it's near an ash pile, spawns a new ad. Basically, imagine being corpse bombed back in Diablo 2, corpse explosion. Except each corpse explosion then adds a corpse. And resurrects nearby corpses. It gets very mean very quickly. Then you have to push through a wind tunnel. All the way up this wind tunnel until you can get up to this thing. Different classes have different ways to bypass it. Warrior is great for that, by the way. And then you get up to the top, and you go fight a big old trash golem. Okay, trash golem's dead. Then there's the last boss who has some basic attacks, like for example, there's a beam, which will pick a specific party member and follow them and leave trails of death behind where they. So the player has to basically paint the area denial themselves. There's an ad that shows up that does healing, and there's like another spell. I don't even remember what it is. But the big thing is she'll call in a bird, which will grab you, and then slowly drag you this way. Remember, you're up in the spires, so if you go over the edge, you're dead. The funny part about this is kind of another pay attention check, because some bosses will tank her where she spawns. She spawns over here, right by the edge. So you're over here fighting. All of a sudden you're grabbed, and you've got about 3 seconds before, whoops. Yeah. A better tank would tank her way over here, as far away from the ledge as possible. Anyways, point being, Sky, I think I stand by my statement. No, you know what? I'm going to disagree with myself. I think I'm just going to barely edge Skyreach above Grimrail. These are such good dungeons. It's so hard to measure these centimeters at this point. But I've probably talked enough about dungeons. Let's talk about raids. What's the least good raid in Warlords? Now, this is actually funny, because there's only 3. There's 3 raids in the entire expansion. Yes, J. Palmer. Both axes. Just overall. Yeah, I'm... It is a... Let's just be honest. It is a battle between Highmaul and Hellfire. Personally, just my own... This is just, again, vibes, right? Okay, that's not true. This isn't vibes at all. I actually review this. But, point being... Let's ignore that for a second. Just speaking personally, the least good raid is... Hi? What are you doing here?
I was wondering what you were doing.
Well, as you might be aware, I am working right now. Hey. You're cold. Did you have fun in the snow?
Yes, my toesies got the cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Really cold. Snow got in my boots.
Yeah, I saw you fluffing around out there. I'm sure you've seen the giant pits
Yes.
and stuff that are down there. So here, what do you think of this big, doomy, evil castle?
Oh my god. Spikes.
Yeah, there's a lot of spikes. Look at that. Look at that.
Scary.
Yeah, not a huge fan of it. I mean, it's fine. Nothing necessarily wrong with it.
But too many spikes.
There are way too many spikes. I don't get why there's so many spikes. All right, which one would you pick?
Can I pick both?
Yes. Just for fun. You get one of each. Pick one. Get up ready.
What?
Pick your sister coming. There you go. Close the door, please. But yeah, if you look out the window, you'll see this giant, like, I don't know how to describe it, chasm in the snow where she was just rolling around and playing in the snow. It was very cute. For me, Hellfire is just a little bit worse than Highmaul. I think part of why is because of the narrative axis. Because the story of Hellfire is dumb. And that's the nicest possible way I could put it, right? Like, story-wise, there's not a lot of good going on. They really leaned into the Fell aesthetic, but they hadn't quite nailed it yet, so it all looks like this. And yeah, and then there's Draenor is free, which is one of the worst cutscenes in the entire game. Just dumb. Yes, allow me to carve myself a trophy from the dead demon you just killed. Also, a couple of the bosses were just irritating, like Sakratha. Oh god, what was the name? Demon Dude. I know, that narrows it down tremendously. What was a stupid name? Sokrathar. Sokrathar. Yeah, that's him. Yeah, he's... I mean, he's not the worst boss. It's just, he was consistently pretty irritating for us back in the day. By contrast, Tyrant Velhari... Can I derail for just a second? One of my favorite fights, from a purely personal perspective over in Final Fantasy XIV, is actually X-Death. And I know that sounds strange, because there's, like, objectively better fights that have scored better. But the thing I liked about X-Death was he's what I call a themed boss, right? He's a black mage. He's a Final Fantasy I black mage boss. And they made that interesting. They took the concepts of, you know, fire, lightning, ice, flare, or whatever, and they made that into an interesting boss fight. And I thought that was cool. I still remember that fight very fondly to this day. Velhari is the same way. She's a paladin. All her abilities are paladin abilities. That's all the stuff that's wrong. There we go. This is all the stuff that's based off of actual paladin abilities, and you can actually recognize them just by looking at them if you've ever played paladin. So yeah, that's cool. I like that concept. So there were some cool fights in here, and then there were some weird ones. Archimonde is a really good fight. But I have to point out now. So yeah, a Fel Paladin is just such a fascinating concept. That's what she is, by the way, for those who don't know her. She is a demon paladin. She is a Fel Paladin. And you might think, that makes no sense. But no, actually it makes perfect sense. Remember, light is just about faith. That's all that really boils down to. Fel is just about burning life, specifically. So, there's no real contradiction there. Best raid in Warlords. Yeah, I mean, this is the most gimme of gimmies. It's worth noting that it's actually probably faith in Sargeras, specifically Trihexia. There's actually a lot of adherents of Sargeras amongst the Legion. So, yeah, no, this is such a gimme. This is such a gimme. Blackrock Foundry is one of the best raids in the game, still. You remember how I mentioned Citadel is probably like top 15 territory? Blackrock Foundry is probably top 10 territory. This is still a phenomenal raid, and it is such a crime that it is abandonment. Every fight in here is a baller. It's also one of those open world raids, which I do enjoy. For those who don't know, the open world raid, I forget what the official term is for that, means you can do the fights in basically whatever order. Like, when you first walk in, you can... what's that? Blasphemous. Yep, so yeah, you can go down. This is actually not the start. Neither is that. Is there no map of the start? Yeah, here we go. So once you walk in, you can go to the Iron Assembly, the Slagworks, or the Black Forge in any direction. And yeah, exactly, Kira White Noise. Give me a second, J. Palmer. Don't let me forget to answer that. When you go down the Slagworks, you can then do Gruul or Gorger, and once you've done both, you can fight the Wing Boss, which is Blast Furnace. Same general concept with each of these, right? The Iron Assembly has Operator Thorgar and Beast Lord Darmok. Over here in the Crucible, the Black Forge, excuse me. Over there, we do have to go through Hans and Franz, but then you could do Flamebitter Kagraz and then Kromog. And of course, we've also got the Iron Maidens, which is part of the other thing. And it all loops into itself now. By the way, Blackrock Foundry was also the very, 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 very first raid ever to include the shortcut concept. I don't mean like Dark Souls or whatever. What I mean by that is there's a quest you can do, and that quest boils down to do the raid several times. Once you've done the raid several times, you turn in the quest, and now you gain the access to just warp straight to the boss, the final boss. Hellfire usually gets credit for this mechanic because it was much more obvious and better done, but this is still a concept now. It's worth noting. This has been a recurring idea ever since Warlords. It's another thing Warlords gave us. This is a great idea because obviously it's nice for when you're going back and farming, but it's really great when you're doing this stuff live and you're in a raid team which is just wants to do the last boss again this week, and so you can just skip straight to the last boss. Or you have new people in who just want to go to the last boss for whatever reason. Maybe there's a drop, there's a mount. You can just bring the new people straight into the last boss, stuff like that. You also don't have to. It is, of course, an option. Anyways. Yeah, actually, I have Evo. I'm sorry. I talked about the good and the bad of garrisons. The good was Evo. The bad was absence of Evo. I was sad. There was no Evo in my life. So, I'm not going to do the full play-by-play of each of the bosses because there's a lot of... Let me just say that literally every single boss in here is a good fight. And some of the best bosses, like ever, are in this place. If you put it... I mean, obviously Black Hand, but hang on, we'll come back to him in a second. The Iron Maidens were fantastic, especially in Heroic. Kromog was very fun and a huge coordination check. Blast Furnace has like 30 things going on at once. Operator Thogar and his phenomenal train usage. Like, how many bosses hit you with a train? Come on. Blast Furnace had a lot going on. It's arguably the closest thing we have to a bad boss in here, because it had a lot going on. Like, a lot.
You have Pikmin 1?
Yeah, and 2, and 3.
Digital?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. No, I was just wondering.
Mm-hmm. You didn't do Warlords, did you?
No, I did.
So what did you think of the raid scene at that point in time? Just off the top of my head. Super
Everything
vague.
died because that's when everybody was like, LFR's actually like doing something now and we're all going to go do this. And then it didn't pick back up again until like the tail end of it, by which point I'd quit.
Gotcha.
As
Okay.
everybody was like, yeah, LFR is shit.
It's
way too easy.
I'll talk about LFR more in a second, because it varies each expansion, right?
But
It's
yeah, it was the first expansion they had LFR.
second, actually. First is Pandaria.
That's right. Those two happen in that order.
Yes.
I get them backwards.
It's all good. Hi, Cat. What are you doing in
Are
here?
you saying hi, Pocket?
Hello, Cat. He's running. He's running.
Come on. Let's go. Out.
That's very technically answered, Jay Palmer, but you are correct.
I had to tell a kid at school that he was doing it technically on me. It was these two boys. They asked to go to the library during study hall. And I was like, "That's fine. I will let you go to the library, but there are other people who want to go too. So you need to be back in 15 minutes so that everybody has a chance to get down there."
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Deal?" And they said, "Sure." And then they came back 30 minutes later after I called the library and requested that they be sent back. And they said, "Well, we never actually shook on it." And that, my friends, is the epitome of why I don't like middle schoolers.
Yeah. Wow. Cheeky.
Yeah, so I informed them that they were pulling it technically, and I said, if you pull it technically on me, I'm going to start holding you to the letter of the law, and or not letting you do anything. And I don't think either one of us wants that.
Yeah. This is a good time to talk about LFR, though. My sister brings up a good point. And Daria's LFR was actually really good, which is funny. Because Pandaria's LFR... So, let me explain what made it so good. It's a twofer, right? First, it was actually still hard. Maybe hard is the wrong word. It wasn't brain dead. Better way to phrase that. Don't mistake me, I am a very firm believer in the concept of casual mode. We talked about this over in StarCraft 2. But LFR wasn't that in Pandaria, which I liked personally, but also I thought was a good thing, because at that point, all it is you know, the queue. It's FF14's rates, right? You queue up for FF14 rates. It was at about that overall level of difficulty and execution, which was good because it also was rewarding. You could do full progression in Pandaria just in LFR. Like, you could just LFR and not actually bother with normals or the flexes or whatever they did with Siege, which I think was Mythic. I think that's when Mythic was introduced with Siege. It's the same thing with how Kata's last raid at LFR. Siege was the first raid with Mythic or something like that. But anyways, so yeah, LFR was cool. It was just a way to hit a button and have a queue thing to be like, hey, I want to be able to progress in this. And it was cool. Was it flex? Okay. And that was cool, and I liked that. It was rewarding. I could progress. I could get gear. I got my legendary cloaks. Yeah, it was cool. It was cool. And then And then Warlords LFR hit, which was fine. It was noticeably easier, which, again, okay, whatever. I actually did do normal rating in Warlords. I think I mentioned that. It was the second to last expansion I did normal rating until Dragonflight came out. Yeah, did you? Oh my god. So okay, sure. LFR was a little bit fine. Let's scoot ahead a little bit. In Legion, you're gonna make fun of me. Legion was the worst for LFR, in my opinion. I want to explain why. There were two huge reasons for it. Three, technically. So, reason number one, all of the raid questy stuff would not progress in LFR. If you're paying attention, that's different from both Pandaria and Warlords. In both Pandaria and Warlords, you could do raid quests in LFR. They got rid of that in Legion, which was very frustrating. Reason number two, it wasn't, I mean, obviously it was easier, that's whatever. But the rewards were garbage. They were trash. Heroic dungeon gear was better than LFR raid gear. And heroic dungeons were easier and quicker and a lot funner to do overall. And so all of a sudden, what they did was they got rid of any reason to bother. There was no reason to do LFR except like once to see the story. So we did. We did it once to see the story and then never touched it again. It wasn't until much later that when we got a bit of a group going again that we actually started doing normal raids and actually started progressing again, because it was just, what's the friggin' point? It's worth noting BFA and Shadowlands had that same problem. It would not be until Dragonflight that they fixed LFR again to make it actually worth a damn again. I actually think LFR is in a good place as of War Within, by the way, because it's basically at the exact same spot it was back in Pandaria. You can progress quests, it's actually worth a damn in terms of rewards, and you still get some cool fights that still require you actually having to operate your brain. Cool. Glad to know we went full circle on that. I was asked to talk about... Yeah, no kidding, Mr. I think that's kind of what's happening, is because the introduction of story mode, which is much easier, probably, which is good, by the way, good thing, again, I'm in favor of casual mode, then allows there to be the LFG mode, and the LFG mode, or the LFR mode, excuse me, allows you to actually still engage with it without having a prefab, right? Sorry, a group set up walking into the raid, that's what that means. Blackhand. So Blackhand is one of the best raid bosses in the game. I'm not even able to do this guy justice. In fact, hang on, let's actually... Let's scooch over here for a second. Where is this guy? Where is this guy? Pretty sure I have the skip unfrozen. I might not. We'll find out in a second. I promised you I'd answer you that question. There we go. Yep, I have the skip. See? And now I can just go straight to Blackhand. Perfect. I'm not going to be able to show off Blackhand fully, because, you know, I'm a level 80 death machine. So the only trash on the way to him is one mini-boss. Let me just say I love that. This whole corridor, those jets shoot flame out, by the way. And there's an elevator. There's got to be an elevator boss. There's always an elevator boss. While we wait for the elevator, thank you for the sub, Blue Dragon EXE. Always appreciate. Give me a second. I'll jot that down. Up, up, up. Or Battle Network, Cool Hearts, Pokemon Crystal. This is Blackhand. He's just a dude. The first phase of the fight is on this level. What he does is, at the edges of the arena over here, you see these things? Well, these start pouring out molten slag into here. And you'll notice this. There's like a... It's hard to tell because the camera won't let me, but this is a grate over alloys. So the molten slag will start pouring in and in and in. It'll get closer and closer and closer to the metal hydrogen. And, oh, it's like a good I don't know how long. Like, imagine you open your car door in your SUV or whatever those are called, Subaru, and like the car door it can't open because there's snow in the way that tall. So eventually it'll reach the middle where we've got the black rock symbol here. Every area that has the lava in it is doing damage to you. So slowly shrinking arena while you fight him. Now he's relatively basic in phase 1. He's just a dude with a hammer after all, right? Eventually, let's see if I can provoke this without killing him. I'm not sure I can. Like, I'm not sure this is possible. Okay, there we go. I think we got it. So he does this. So then we go down to floor 2. This is, I would consider this the hardest one. Oh, and then we go down to floor 3. Whoops! So here's floor 3. And then he's dead. Okay, so... no new transmog. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I've farmed the crap out of this raid, so there's nothing in here for me. Anyways, as I was trying to say, so the second floor up there, oh, dude, the second floor is mean. So the second floor is an army fight, right? So while he's doing his usual stuff, he gains 1 new attack, which is a huge knockback, which sends you absolutely flying. He'll aim at someone, and there's like a second, right? He's like, okay, I'm aiming at Mr. Red. And Mr. Red has a second to position himself before, wham, he gets golf clubbed off, and he wants to get knocked off onto the rail, right? Or on the elevated area around the thing, right? Oh no, Valerian! Okay, so Valerian, you're up here now. Your job is dealing with the ads up there. You have to, because there's going to be archers and gunners and snipers. All of them have their own mechanics. He's summoning tanks during this fight, which are just insane. They're slow, but they do crap tons of damage and they need to be ranged down. Like, there's all kinds of moving pieces in phase 2 of the fight. Then he falls down here. This is as usual a soft enrage, a very brutal soft enrage. And he basically does all the stuff he did previously, but also everything is worse, and you're on a timer, have fun! And yes, the flamethrowers, the tanks, I almost said the flamethrowers had tanks, that would be a thing. The tanks had flamethrowers, too. It was a great fight. I'm going to go so far as to say that I actually think this is a better fight than Lich King Mythic. And I should mention I've done both when they were hard. So I do have a bit of perspective on that. I think this fight is tighter. I think it is less reliant on jank in order to accomplish its mechanics. And I think that the moving pieces interlink better. Lich King Heroic, because that's what it was. It wasn't Mythic. I don't know why I said Mythic. Mythic didn't exist yet. Lich King Heroic, Lich King 25 Heroic, let's be very specific, had a lot of moving pieces. But most of them were like, you're dealing with this, and also this, and also this. There wasn't a lot of synergy between what he was doing, right? He drops a Defile on the ground. Okay, does anything, like, coincide with Defile? No. Just get out of it. If you don't get out of it quickly enough, you're dead. Okay, he's putting the disease on everyone. Okay, can we do anything about that? No. But if you got your bubbles on, you're fine, etc., etc. Blackhand had attacks that coincided with his other attacks. Like I said, synergy. And I feel like, I agree completely, Jay Palmer, because he is an army fight, like Garrosh was back in Pandaria. But I think this is just better designed. It just shows the experience of the team of years and years of practice. Anyways, I have rambled way too much about this. I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry at all. So, who's the worst raid boss? Now, again, this is kind of like down to a least good. Who's the least good raid boss? I already mentioned one that irritated the crap out of me back in the day. Thank you, Evo. Oh no! It's the Cataclysm song again. Hang on, we're gonna be stuck with this song for like 10 minutes. I don't change it. Hang on. Here we go. So, the Arakoa boss in Hellfire. Oh, man. Socrathar, so yeah, I found Socrathar to be an irritating fight. I do. I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to try and say, no, that fight's great, Mook. No, I found that fight very irritating. it was one of those fights where one person can screw over the entire raid to a point where you couldn't really recover. And I tend to not like those fights as much for obvious reasons. There were also some just irritations with how you had to manage the whole him killing ads. It was a whole thing. But my answer is going to be, I think it's going to surprise you. Narratively, so I was thinking about Kargath. The problem is Kargath's a great fight gameplay-wise. Like, I really enjoy it. That's the problem with Heimal. I enjoy all the fights in there on the gameplay axis, and several of them on the story axis. Even Rars Mountains is actually a really good fight once you understand how the pieces interlink. So, for me, right, I was actually doing that on purpose. For me, it has to be this jackass. So, Fellord Zakun here is just... So, you had to stand on something. Yep, okay. You had to get away from things. Okay. You had to get away from people. Okay. There's kind of an up-down mechanic. And he would throw his axe periodically, which would increase his damage, because of course that's how that works. Yeah, exactly. No, that's exactly it, Jay Palmer. Narratively, he was kind of dumb. Gameplay-wise, he was just another boss. And that's the problem. I know this is unfair in several ways and would not affect a review if we were capable of reviewing it. But from a, just a general, vaguely gauging it kind of a situation, if a boss is simply there, then that puts them at the bottom of the pack, right? Being simply competent is frankly not good enough by Warlord standards. So that's Fellord Zakun. Not much to even add to that. Alright, best dungeon boss. I'm just going to give this away because I've literally already talked it up. It's Skullok. You're probably thinking, who the hell's Skullok? Oh my god, aren't you listening to me? Man, it's the last boss of the Iron Docks. It's this dude right here. So he's got those two cannons up on his shoulders. He's got this dude who's like, oh, I'm an idiot. He's got this guy's like, I'm going to follow orders. And he's got this guy's like, oh, I'm just here, picking my ear, don't mind me. What's up? He's a great fight. As I already talked about him. I already explained the fight. I'm not going to repeat myself. Phenomenal fight. Easily the best dungeon boss, right? Like, the only one that I think comes close to him as far as dungeon bosses is another one we've already talked about, which is Rukon. This dude. This is the bird who had the gradient feathers mechanic, who would also have the birds that explode on your face mechanic. Both of those are just great, fantastic fights. Huge thumbs up from me. So, before we move on to the narrative stuff for a second here. Best song. I'm sorry, this is it. This is the best song for me. It's the primary Frostfire Ridge song. To me, even though I have no particular attachment to Warlords, for reasons I cannot fully explain, the Frostfire Ridge theme is what I think of when I think of home. It's not because of the garrison. We already talked about the garrison. I ain't home. It's just, there's something... It's a weird... We talked about this all the way back during the FF14 run. WoW music tends to be very atmospheric or epic. And it tends to hit those two notes predominantly. Frostfire Ridge actually does both. And so it kind of sounds like coming home. to me, if that makes any kind of sense. Yeah, it's like there's a little bit of hope there, right? It's not like the founder music for the actual housing areas, which is just boisterous and lively and happy and joyful. This is more like you've had a hard day at work. You are covered in sweat and snow from having worked in the foundry, and you come home, and this is what's playing as you're walking in the door, and you're slowly removing, all your work clothes, and you kind of settle in on your chair, kick up your feet a little bit. Right? Akadude has such good music too, absolutely. Sorry, you are correct. We kind of accidentally skipped over, that's my fault. Accidentally skipped over best raid boss. Excuse me. I spent so much time talking about Blackhand. Because you're probably thinking, well, it's Blackhand, right? So, I actually think it's so close that I consider it a tie. My opinion. But the Archimonde fight... it's between Blackhand and Archimonde, like I said. I should mention I have had the great fortune of actually doing Archimonde hard. That is to say, Mythic. I can prove that, by the way, on the odd chance you don't believe me. Nope. Hang on a second. Oh, what's it called? What's the name of the stupid mount you get for doing Mythic back in the... You can't even get it anymore. It's gone. It's another one of those gone mounts. I can't remember the name of the stupid thing. Yeah, it's the... Well, no, it's not Fel. It's green. It's got like a weird name, like Akero or something like that. Or Ekeronani, or... No, that's not it. So it's not Akero. Never mind, Akero. It looks like this, but it's a lie. This is going to bother me now. What the hell is the name of this stupid mount? Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Sorry, this is just gonna bother me. Just give me a second. There it is. That's it. That's it. Behold! Proof. I think. Pretty sure this is it. And yes, of course the moose flies. Have you not seen a moose lately? Come on. Anyways. Yes, I should also mention for the sake of posterity that this was a paid run, because I didn't have a group doing Mythic, so one of my viewers, I don't remember who, I feel very bad about that, actually offered to pay for me to do a run. But I did get to experience Archimonde Mythic as a consequence of that, and let me tell you, that's a hell of a fight. Archimonde. Oh god, where do I even start with him? So he has the same knock up. I'd like to think I contributed. The problem was I was set up as a tank at the time, and they didn't want a tank, so I had to go full gladiator. So I wasn't like bottom of the meter. So yeah, he knocks you into the air, but now instead people can actually catch them, which is a better way to deal with that. And when they land, they do split damage, which is cool. He's got his Reign of Chaos, which is exactly what it sounds like. He does a Desecrate, and you have to gain the nearby buff in order to deal with that. Excuse me. He'll also banish you to the Nether, and there's like a whole other mechanic of dealing with him in the Nether, and you have to like mark this thing and drag it to you to open up a portal to get back out to the real world. And then he's got, in Mythic, this is part of why I brought this up, he has a whole other phase where he just goes into the Nether and is like, "Behold, I'm in the Nether now. What's up?" And that's why he's permanently dead. Cool. I'm kind of skipping through this a little bit because there's a lot of moving pieces on this. Um, like a lot. Story-wise, the fight was very dumb, which is one of the other reasons that Black Hand kind of came to mind. Either way, it's really close between both of those fights. If you put a gun to my head, I'd probably go ahead and give it to Black Hand, because the story axis is at least there on Black Hand. And Black Hand is voiced by Darren DePaul, which is always nice. Whereas Archimonde is voiced by Nazgrel. Anyways, so moving on. Sorry. Oh, it's still an amazing fight. Of course it is. Worst visual design of a zone. Now, I've heard a lot of people say that it's Nagrand, because Nagrand is basically just, BC Nagrand, but, not floating. And I think those people haven't directly compared Warlords Nagrand to BC Nagrand, because there's a lot... No. That's not even a close comparison. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be harsh, but no. Do I seriously have that much stuff from here? Looks like I do. Wow. Never got that. I was tempted by Talador, but as much as I have issues with it, Shattrath does look really awesome. So as much as I think it's a decent fell jungle, I'm still going to go with Tanan. It's a nice creepy forest. I kind of like to think that this is what Duskwood would look like, right here. Like, this is modern Duskwood, right? Remember, Duskwood is right at the edge of the Stranglethorn Vale, a jungle. So, I could see that, especially at the southern edge of the zone. And, we got the Fell Gunk, which actually I don't think looks good. I always thought this was a weird and dumb choice that Hellfire is just... Like, I get the visual symbolism they're going for. It's like, oh, Fell has consumed the Iron Horde, but I'm sorry, the Iron Horde were already a bunch of Nazis who were specifically and implicitly genociding people in order to be able to have the right to then go genocide other people. So, no. It doesn't work that way. I do like some of the Fell Iron Horde aesthetics here, but, I mean, you get my point, right? It's just, it doesn't quite work. It doesn't work as well as it should. This is also what modern Fellwood would probably look like, by the way. No, they were, J. Palmer, 100%. The Iron Horde were always good, but Fell is bad. It's like, no, guys. Stop. Redemption stories are cool. Stop it. How about best? Best looking zone. Pure visuals. Yeah, I hate to do this. It's Frostfire. I was just there, so I'm not going to fly back there. It's Frostfire. It's a snowy lava land. With a lot of thought put into the specifics of the geography and how things line up and where the coast would be and where the cracks would be and why certain areas are jutting up, whereas others are. You could see where the mountains collided with each other thousands of years ago. It's great. Okay, fine. What about best atmosphere? I chewed on this one for a bit. Remember, atmosphere can be all kinds of things, and Warlords wasn't as big of an atmosphere expansion as some of the other ones. But I think at the end of the day, I had to give it to Shadow Moon. Speaking of modern Ashenvale. Yeah, exactly, J. Palmer. Yeah, admittedly, if you didn't play Alliance, you probably didn't really get much of this zone, because this is an Alliance-only zone. There was some great atmosphere here, though. Visions and quests and the void. People trying to figure out who they are and find their place in the world. We got a lot of interesting culture. We got insight into how bad the Draenei have had it for millennia. We got insight into Mr. Red and why he keeps bailing on me. It's okay, Mr. Red. I would bail on me, too. There's also that. Like I said, I love the atmosphere. Like that's the best word for it. There's sort of this weird. It's not quite peaceful, right? Like this is not a place that is settled. This is not a place that is tamed, because this is Draenor, and Draenor is this extremely harsh death world. Yeah, ominous, great word. That's a great word. It's just there's just a little bit of ominousness to the whole thing. Even when you go into the more settled areas, which I just realized I'm probably getting PvP flagged right now. Even when you go to the more settled areas, you find out that these people are just kind of barely surviving, using extremely advanced technology in order to hold back the wilds, right? And they're not very developed here, which makes sense. The Draenor are relatively recent here. And the whole time there's that looming threat, right? Anyways. Best music in a zone. Okay, so obviously the answer is Frostfire, but hang on. So I had several people mention that they hated Gorgron's music when we were doing it for the run. Honestly, I don't think they could have, no, Jay Palmer. I keep emphasizing this, and Warlords does a bad job of this, it's worth noting, because Warlords is Warlords, which does a bad job of basically everything. But it really needs to be emphasized. Warlord Draenor. Weird. Sorry, Draenor is a death world. It is an extremely inhospitable nightmare place. It's what they wanted Xeris to be over in StarCraft, right? In fact, there's probably a deliberate parallel there. But no, for me, the best zone music is Gorgrond. And it's cheating, but it's still true. Gorgrond is actually 3 separate distinct biomes. First is down here, where we get all of the overgrowth. And, you know, the overgrowth is aptly named. I don't actually have a better word for what this place is other than the overgrowth. If we head further north, J. Palmer gets some sweets. And we get the more blasted breaker lands. The broken spine. Yeah, that's a great term for this. And I don't know what to call all this stuff. You know, you got like the geysers and the pools and like giant crags and rocks. Caves, just noxious gas pouring up from beneath the surface of the earth. Yeah, actually, Dakota. Again, that just keeps being a thing, isn't it? So many of these things look like old zones, but modern takes. And then, of course, the third biome, and I was flying around here for a minute, so I won't spend too much time here, is the Quarry, Blackrock lands. All of that, it's worth noting, used to be up closer to like that level, right about there. So they've done some digging. They're still doing digging. They're industrious down here. Great music, though. That's the whole point. I love the music in all 3 of these biomes. What's your favorite side character in Warlords? As usual, there's a bunch. Now, see, if I felt like making a joke, I would be like, Grom! I'd also say Garrosh, who is in exactly 2 cutscenes now that they got rid of the legendary chain. Yes, that's right, Garrosh Hellscream. The dude is in 2 cutscenes. One is he just shows up in Shadowmoon in like a flashback, and the other is when you kill him over in Nagrand. So he shouldn't be here for me, because I did this quest on Frozen. Right about here-ish. there's this dude. I actually wrote down his name. It's Kano on the Alliance and Gulkor on the Horde. But it's the same basic dude. He's a guy who's like, you don't understand. Oh, yeah, here we go. So this is the dying Rangari. Yeah, so it's like, oh my god, I lost my entire squad over there. Please, you've got to go help them. I'm like, yes, I will go help you. We rush into this. So this is not the Overgrowth. This is the Zanger. As we talked about, the Overgrowth has a sentience to it. It is intelligent, sentient plant life, which has a directed will to try and consume and claim all the life on the planet. The Zanger is a bunch of extremely invasive mushrooms. Yeah, another thing that wasn't finished, which is probably a good thing, because it's actually horrifying. As we've talked about in our timeline, in the original timeline, the Zanger won, because the Zanger and the Overgrowth are actually at war. And the Zanger won that war. But here, the Zanger is still barely starting to begin its spread. Well, I say barely. It's actually pretty well on its way. Anyways, he has a whole quest chain. It's actually like 6 or 7 quests where you go through here. And his dialogue gets more and more unhinged as you're doing the quests. And as you're going through here helping, you go in to help his friends, and then you find his friends, and he's like, well, shoot, maybe there's anything of their stuff left. And also, could you have any of these mushrooms? I need these mushrooms. Please give me some of the mushrooms. I need more mushrooms. And I'm not doing it justice. It is a slow descent as he gets worse and worse and worse. Until finally, he's got fungal growths on him. And he's the last fight, and you just fight him and kill him. This is best side character, because watching this individual slowly descend into the insanity of being infested with spores is really horrifying. Very well done, and again, it's a nice gradient descent as you get a bit of the characterization of this dude. Like I said, it's either a Draenei or an Orc, but it doesn't really matter which side you're on. It's basically the same quest chain, the same character. Okay, how about best major character? This is getting trickier, because most of the major characters in this expansion, as with everything else in Warlords, just kind of stopped. They just kind of like, boop, we're done. I had an arc, but honestly, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day. I don't want to finish my arc. Is that okay? So yeah, like Duratan, for example, he's awesome, but his arc also just stops. I mentioned Orgrim earlier. He's not even a major character. He was supposed to be. He isn't. Hey, look, it's Biolante. No, seriously, it's named Biolante. That's actually its name right there. Cho'Gall was supposed to be a major character, and he just pokes his head in for a few seconds. Yeah. Why would anyone nest up here? Oh, he's dead. Yeah, that tracks. Cool. You had an arc. Draenor's free! So I actually have 2 picks here for very different reasons. Oh god, Gorefiend. I think no. Shoot, I'm not sure who you're talking about actually, because Gorefiend is an HFC. He's one of the few bosses that's interesting from both perspectives. So my first pick is Yrel. I liked Yrel. Yrel was one of the first times that we would see a major character from pretty much the very beginning of their arc, and they wouldn't just get bodied in order to push us up, which is a very common problem in WoW. She was a nobody. She wasn't even a combatant. The first thing we ever see with Yrel ever is her freaking out because she just killed someone for the first time. And she is freaking out over it, because that's a normal reaction to killing someone. And we slowly go with her arc across Shadowman Valley as she kind of accepts more responsibility, fails repeatedly, by the way, tries to figure out what the hell she's doing, ends up accepting the responsibility from fell in and just doing this whole thing. It was cool. And it culminated in a scene that the game doesn't earn in Talador, where she works together with Duratan to defeat Blackhand and push back the invasion. Uriel was cool. Emphasis on past tense. The other one I want to give it to is Rashad. Rashad should actually be here. Sorry, I knew there was a reason I was flying around here. Hang on a second. Still on this stupid moose. He should be... God, I swear he should be here. Well, whatever. Rashad, maybe he's inside? No, he's just not here. Drock is here for some reason. He's our third one, by the way. Whatever. Rashad's one of the Arakoa. He's cool. He's kind of the Lowwalker Cho of the Arakoa. He is one of the cursed Arakoa who actually wants to reconcile with the Highborn Arakoa, which is those guys right there. So he's one of those guys, and he wants to reconcile with those guys, which actually ends up working out. Cool. And then they all stop existing. Rashad was just kind of entertaining. No, I don't think he was in Burning Crusade. Let me double check myself on that. So I'm a little distracted because the kids are throwing a fit right now. And I can hear them up here with my door closed. No, Rashad was not in BC. That's what I thought. But yeah, he was a storyteller. He was a historian. And he was cool. He was also against Iskar. Iskar was the cursed Arakoa who wanted revenge. That's all he cared about. He was one of these Arakoa, and he wanted to kill all these Arakoa, whereas Rashad wanted to reconcile, which was kind of a cool contrast between the two mentalities, because you could see where both of them are coming from. It's worth noting the high Arakoa were kind of awful. They were also doing that thing where they were slowly diminishing their own population to their own detriment. You know. Yes, Iskar wanted his own wings back. He wanted them so badly. Well, they ended up looking like this. This is Iskar right here. As you can see, he's a raid fight. Fun fight, for what it's worth. Sorry, I'm getting way distracted. What is going on? Okay, I know my niece's cries. That's a fake cry. She's just throwing a fit. Alright. So that's my best pick. I think Rashad technically wins it more because Uriel, you know. How about best main character? I was actually torn on this. We do have a couple of main characters in Warlords. Like, literally, like 3. It's basically true to go at it. Here's this person I killed. Here's this person I killed. This is almost assuredly incorrect information. Because there's no way in hell I've only killed 12,869 things on this character. Especially since my kills that grant experience or honor is 265,000. Pretty sure these numbers are not accurate. Also, I've killed 265,000 things, but the most type of kills I have is 267,000, which is just humanoids. I also have 649,000 creatures killed. I don't know. So, this is kind of an asterisk. Because the answer is Khadgar. But there's a problem. So, for those of you who don't remember, this was the first time we got Khadgar. Yes, I know he was in BC. But Khadgar, Chromie, Khadgar was a character for the first time in Warlords. Ever, it's worth noting. I know Khadgar goes back to Warcraft 2, and he had that book, but let's be real. The first time Khadgar was ever an actual character was in Warlords. And Khadgar's awesome. Yeah, Khadgar became our boy in Warlords, and he is an awesome character, legitimately and unironically. Even in Warlords, he is an awesome character. But I said there was an asterisk, didn't I? Oh, yeah, they got a great voice actor for him. The asterisk is, other than, like, the intro, which is great, by the way, no question marks there, but, or no asterisks there. Other than the intro, his only presence was to be here. You'll notice he is not here. Why is he not here? Oh, that's right. Because this entire story arc was removed from the game. I'm sorry, of all the stuff they've removed from the game, for whatever reason, this one bothers me the most, because this is the most MSQ of all of them, right? Like, this is turbo MSQ. As we talked about, as Blaterval pointed out, because he kept wondering when I would run into the quest, I kept wondering the quest. The game never explains what's going on here if you don't do the legendary chain. The legendary chain does do an accurate job of explaining what the hell's going on and why, and it's gone. Just. Anyways. Moving on. Best species. Best looking species added in Warlords. I mean... Perfect, Mr. Ed. Someday I hope to pull you from the pits of hell that you currently live in. They actually added several new species in Warlord. Every expansion does that, so it's nothing new. Sometimes they completely overhaul existing species. That's also fun. Remember what they did in Shadowlands, even. A lot of the undead got massive up-to-date overhauls there. Oh, I wouldn't wish Britain on my worst enemy, Mr. Red. But yeah, so I kind of already showed this off briefly. I was tempted by this, and so I'm going with this. I have magnificent setups. The Highborn Arakoa, it's that look right there. So this to explain what I mean by that. This is what Arakoa look like normally. These are just normal Arakoa, right? This is what an Arakoa is born to look like. It is only when they are cursed with the Curse of Seethe that they look like that over there on the right. So it makes sense that, you know, they wanted to show their original form, because that's been a thing in the lore since BC. They just never showed it back in BC. I can't get a shot of this guy for some weird reason. Anyways, it's a cool look. In fact, a lot of people assumed there would be a playable version of them. And you're probably thinking, why? Well, so playable races have to have more rigging and more animations to them. If you ever, like, watch a species and, like, they don't have a jump animation or they don't have a backup animation or whatever, then that's probably not going to be a playable species. But the Highborn Arakoa had all of that. They have a surprisingly in-depth... yeah, it's a lot of work. They have a surprisingly in-depth amount of animations to them. So most people assumed they would become playable. Nope. By the way, there is a persistent rumor, which I've never been able to properly quash, that ogres were supposed to finally become playable, which is something that Metzen has wanted since vanilla, by the way, in Warlords. Never happened. Anyways. Best individual character design. I'm going to pause here and mention that Blackhand was one I was tempted by. I didn't pick Blackhand. It's just, he's a very cool-looking orc. He's got the typical Blackrock gray skin thing going on, and he's got, like, a molten helmet because the elements are channeling through him all the time. Yeah, exactly. Gul'dan's another great pick, and for basically the same reason. Again, for just being an orc, he has a very bespoke design to him. If it's not obvious by where I'm going, those aren't my picks. Hi, PB Good Fate. Cho'Gall also looks cool, but he's not any different, really. It's just his cat look again. Before and after. Because you remember there was a look before he had the eyeballs, too. So, Gron go all the way back to BC. But they added something new in Warlords. And I'm sorry, Magaron just looks so cool. So, the idea here, as a reminder, each of the species here in Draenor are kind of like, they start off, they were fully elemental creatures, and then over time they slowly, naturally became more fleshy, and so the further down the evolutionary chain you get, the more fleshy they are. That also means the reverse is true. So like Gron here, for example, they're only partially stone. They do have some like the stone ridges there and the spikes coming out of them. But for the most part, they're still flesh. You go up a step from them and you've got the Magaron, which is the guy I was just showing you, who actually has like runes still carved into the stone that is most of his body. Right? I'm trying to get rid of all the HUD there so you can see what I'm talking about. And I kind of love the look of them in general. They have a weight to them, which I really enjoy. They just look like this gigantic, looming, death-destructo giant. They look like a giant. They look like what I actually picture when I picture a giant. Because most fiction just portrays giants as people who are taller, or maybe people who are thicker and also taller. Magaron look like giants, right? That looks like something that is just, whoa, okay, leaving that alone. Yeah, far more savage looking too, which makes sense. The further up the chain you go. So the idea here, we talked about this during Warlords, is that the more powerful you are as a species, the less developed you are because you didn't need to be. You didn't need technology, you didn't need magic because you were just strong. And that's very true in Warlords. Like most of the things from like say the Gron up didn't even have basic things like housing. You know? They didn't have cities or homes because they didn't need them. They would just lay down wherever they were. What in the world are they talking about? Anyways, point being, you get down to, like, say, the Gron start to use things like caves and tools. The ogres actually have cities, and you get it, right? You get the idea. Anyways, scroll down a little bit here. So what's the worst arc? Worst individual arc. Yeah. Draenor is free. I was tempted by the Garrosh arc. Not just because most of it's not even in the game anymore. But even if it is, it's just such a nothing burger. After Garrosh's arc goes from BC to Pandaria. Really think about that for a second. It's no wonder he's the best villain. He had the most time. They had time to flesh him out and develop him. And then we get to Warlords. You notice I cut off at Pandaria. Because then we get to Warlords and Garrosh is like, hi. Oh, you want to fight me? Okay, let's fight. And then he dies, and that's it. Okay. Cool, that sucked. I'm still going to give it to Shareth. I know it's just a truncated thing, but there's this whole story. The quests are still there. There's this whole story arc of, you know, oh god, we've got to fight the Iron Horde, and the Iron Horde are attacking this Shareth, and we've got to save Shareth. Okay, we did it. Yeah, no kidding, Kara White Noise. She's been around since Legion. Although she wasn't in Shadowlands. Listen, Spartan. Listen, I did it on purpose. I knew. It's gonna be over here. But yeah, I think that entire arc is just ridiculous. What's the best arc? Is it over here? God, I can't remember where it is. Is this it? Is this it? Should be like... Ah, there he is. Hey, Garrosh. How are things? So, really quick. I mean, if nothing else, the execution of this cutscene is very good. And I do, as always, like Garrosh's voice actor.
You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. All I did, I did it for the Horde! You failed the Horde!
Yeah, as a reminder, Garrosh's Horde was Orc supremacy. It was orcs for orcs.
Made me War Chief! You left me to pick up your pieces! You failed me!
But Garrosh is right there.
You never had the strength of a true warrior. I do not rely on strength alone, Garrosh. My power is all around you. You made me what I am. No. You chose your own destiny.
So, call me one of the weirdos. I really like that Thrall cheated there. Because he should have. Garrosh needed to die. Straight up. Garrosh needed to die. He had caused so much damage on so many levels to so many people across so many years, across 2 planets and 2 timelines. I actually don't agree that it's cheating, but a lot of other people do. So even if we do acquiesce to the proviso that it is cheating, it doesn't matter. This was the correct decision. The problem is, what I love most about this, thank you, PB Good Fate, is that both of them are right, and both of them are wrong. For example, Thrall was correct. I don't think Thrall could beat Garrosh without magic. Thrall's not a warrior. He's not. He's a shaman. Garrosh is one of the strongest warriors in lore of the modern era. Gorhal's just sitting there. Hello? It's okay, alternate timeline. It's fine. It's fine. It's also alternate Gorhal, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Tales of Berseria. Alpha Centauri. And Bug Fables. Thank you, Krenzler, as always. But yeah, no, exactly, Wenlog. What enhancement? What am I talking about? Garrosh wanted the orc thing, and there's a thematic significance to that. Garrosh was always an orc supremacist. Even back in BC, he showed signs of it. And obviously he went way into that during Cataclysm and Pandaria, where he actually started genociding non-orcs. Just straight up, internment camp, execution style stuff to non-orcs. So he wanted the orc thing. He wanted the Markgara, which was an orc tradition. Thrall is a member of the Horde. What's really funny is Thrall would have killed Garrosh back in Pandaria if Varian hadn't stopped him. Just pointing that out. A lot of people forget that little tidbit. Anyways. Point being, that's a great cutscene. It has a couple of flaws, and it's terribly led up to, but I still at least like the cutscene itself. That's such a old WoW thing, isn't it? This one thing is good, and these things surrounding it are bad. Anyways. So, I was talking about the best story arc. Someone joked and said, it ended! But it didn't! Warlords didn't end! It just stopped! It just stopped at a certain point. Gunnar is a very good pick. The arc through Frostfire is phenomenal. Pretty much top to bottom, right? No complaints, no notes. And I've actually already talked about it, so I don't even have too much to add to it. Oh, pre-patch. Okay. Sorry, that's not what... That doesn't count, first of all. But I get you. That is the best pre-launch event we've ever had. But you can probably tell what my answer is based on where I'm going. This zone had a great arc. Whoop, I think I missed it. Is it over here? Where's the pathway? Here it is. There we are. Spires of Eric is one of those rare cases where the entire zone is basically one arc, and it's awesome. You walk in, and the very first thing that... It won't happen to us because we've done Eric. It just shouldn't happen to us. Yeah, he's not even there. First thing that happens is you see the tower activate and beam the hell out of something. It's like, what the hell was that? You have no context. You have no idea what just happened. You keep going down the path. Remember, you don't have flying at this point in time. If you happen to look down there, you might see a few tidbits of, like, the trees are a little bit darker, but it's whatever. We scooch over here. We find a ruins, an Erakoa ruins, and people who are being oppressed and killed, and we need to rescue scrolls, lay traps, and help people escape. We go ahead and do all of those things, help them escape. This is also when we meet Rashad. Rashad is awesome, as a reminder. And we find out a little bit more about how the Highborn Erakoa are oppressing the Lowborn Erakoa, even though both of those terms are actually wrong for reasons I've already mentioned. This then takes you down here, and notice the literal and metaphorical shift, right? We go from up in the spires and the sun and the sky to down here, and literally the sky gets darker when you go down here because of the visual effects. By the way, there's Rashad. Hi, Rashad. You're awesome. And we start going through this whole area, and there's a whole section of the story which is down here in the shadows. Again, literally and metaphorically, as we help to once again push back, lay traps, try and deal with this, get through here, rescue people, and finally end up at our little refuge, which is here. And then the quest branches a bit. We end up rescuing the spirit of the Talon King. This is when Iskar and Rashad really differentiate, by the way, because Iskar over here wanted to use the Talon King to murder all the Highborn. Rashad wanted to rescue the Talon King so he could redeem himself. Guess which one we do? Not rushing. This is all awesome. It finally follows through on a story arc from BC, years and years, like 6 expansions ago, and culminates in us actually going right back up here. Oh, sorry, I actually missed a step. Sorry, there's a step I wanted to talk about. Because after a while, we head over here. This is actually like the 4th place we go to. Keep that in mind. I love the pacing of that. The first thing, the very, very first thing we see when we enter the zone, there's even a musical cue for it, is that weird laser going down into the distance. And we're not sure what that means. Like, then we do the first ruins, then we do the second strip down, then we do this, then we do this, then we come here. And then we see this. I love that. I love seeing the attack from like a distant, disconnected, detached perspective, and then zooming in the camera to actually see the devastation from a very literally first-person perspective. Well, you know what I mean. A ground floor. Sorry, that's what I meant. Ground floor perspective. And we see all the people who are burning, and just, it's horrible. You can see exactly what these people have done. It's great, to put it very bluntly. I love this. It's also easier on the animation budget. That is true. But I also love how they don't forget about it. There's a lot of internal continuity to the Spires of Arak, and almost all of it dovetails into itself at some point or another. It also isn't completely devoid of Iron Horde presence. It's mostly just they're just starting to push into this region, and we got other stuff to deal with, so we push them right back out. We also find out about the, oh god, what are they called? The Ancient Arakoa. And we also learned that the Super Highborn are like, we are super amazingly awesome. They're actually not. They're a stagnant culture, which has been pulling up ancient tech from their own precursors. Apexis, that's what it's called. And just kind of repurposing it. It's a very Warhammer-y kind of thing, right? They don't actually... Warhammer 40k, excuse me. They don't actually know what any of this tech is or how it works. They know just enough to get it pointed in the right direction. Join us, Mr. Red. Join us. Great story arc. Love it. No complaints. What's the worst cutscene? What's the worst cutscene in Warlords? I mean, you know it. We've actually already referenced it like 3 times because it's so infamous. I'm not even going to show it to you. It's not worth the time and effort to bother. It's just... You know, okay, fine. Give me a second. I'll show it to you. Because I think I have the unlocks of this character. Just for you. Just for you, I will put this extra work in. And it's definitely not just because I am bothered by the thought of not doing my due diligence in work. I would never completely redraw my entire main character just because I think it looked slightly worse than I could make it look. That's crazy talk. I would never do that. No, you get it, right? We talked about this the other day. You get it. Creative types understand. Obviously, there is the concept of just shipping it. That is a real concept. But at the same time, sometimes you look at something like, you know, I could do better. Like, sometimes you can't. Sometimes you just have to live with it because you can't do better. Oh, I know exactly what they do, push-ups. And then they give in to chaos because it's always chaos. It is always chaos. Whoop. You're probably thinking, you're not going to do the whole raid, right? No. I have shortcuts. Remember, I just talked about that. Shortcuts is one of the better inventions Warlords added to the raid scene. Yep, okay. I suppose I should turn the sound on.
The Legion will find you.
No transmog.
No matter where you flee.
Hi, Kagger. Do you notice we're hovering on the ground here? Is that normal?
Gul'dan has fled to the Dark Portal. Quickly, champions. He has no place left to run. We will finish this. And save me his skull.
Wait, what? Okay, so there's our command. Hey, there's the raid bosses from Hyjal. Khaz'gul, Anetheron, and Asgalor. No Lich, he wasn't a demon. Alright, so there's the Dreadlord Archivon. Great boss fight. Amazing. Oh, he's dead.
The endless.
Here we go. Sorry about the noise. Jesus.
Gul'dan. You made a pact.
So this is stupid for reasons we'll talk about in a second. Also, the music timing was bad. Literally, like as an audio editor, I'm insulted by that music timing. Here it comes.
It's done. Gul'dan failed. Jenna is free!
As a reminder, that guy is basically Hitler. Like, it's not even a basically. The dude was a genocidal maniac who wanted to genocide other worlds.
You don't think it's over?
Gul'dan and the devils that command him are not so easily banished. I fear this is only beginning.
Okay, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so... I don't know. Like, I've heard several people describe this in real life terms over the years. Imagine at the end of World War II, Hitler... No, there's actually better choices than Hitler. Like, Goebbels might be a better choice. But let's just go with Hitler, just to make this easy. Hitler's got his gun, and he shoots the last demon. He turns, he's like... Poland is free! It doesn't work! It doesn't work! Does it? I just... Like, the more you understand, the worse this is. But then, just to emphasize this, the first part of this is even worse. Well, that's actually not true. It's not. I don't know what I say. It's bad. But, like, even the beginning of it, think about this for a moment. Remember, that's the death of Archimonde. Archimonde is permanently dead. Now, how does a demon permanently die? Anybody in chat? Pop quiz. Evo! Pop quiz. How does a demon permanently die in this setting? Bingo. You have to die in your own realm. And for a demon, that's the Twisting Nether. So why is he here? Canonically, Archimonde did die in the Twisting Nether, and therefore is permanently dead, and has stayed dead ever since. This has been a consistent thing. So how is he here in Draenor? With his final act? Now, I understand the idea is in the mythic version of the raid, and only the mythic version of the raid, you actually kill him in the Twisting Nether. He retreats there, and that's where you fight the final phase. But that's not in the cutscene, is it? It's almost like someone didn't coordinate with someone else on all of this. It's almost like Warlords was this giant bag of dumb. Yeah, that's why Archimonde didn't die at the tree, although he probably should have. Let's not get into that right now. So, first of all, he's here. That's the first problem. Now, you might say that's a nitpick, and I'm going to say, no. That is world consistency. Thank you very much. But the second problem is, even if somehow he was in the Nether here, and we just skip over that problem, what is his dying act? Keep in mind, Archimonde is dead. He's gone. He is never coming back. He's dead. And Archimonde, one of the two leaders of the Burning Legion, like a major villain of the Warcraft setting, his final act is to screw over Gul'dan for some reason. You made a pact. What? Okay. Then we get to Hitler saying that Poland is free. And it's just, okay. This is, unironically, the worst cutscene in the entire game. Like, I look at the other worst cutscenes we have, and quite a few of these are very, very bad. This is the worst. This guy's Hitler, right here. Grom Hellscream. Alternate Grom Hellscream. So, in the original timeline, just to talk about this very briefly, the original Grom was a bloodthirsty berserker who craved more battle and conquests. So when someone offered him something that would give him the ability to do more of that, he said yes. Grom was the first one to partake in the blood, and he drank willingly and brought the curse upon the orc people. Cool. That sucks. That's awful. He hated that decision basically his entire life afterwards. And once that curse was finally, like, the haze started to be lifted, and the events between Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 started to happen, Grom then spent, I think it's a little over a decade? I forget the exact time, like years and years and years, trying to be a better person. He spent years of off-camera time and a large amount of on-camera time trying to improve. He was still a warmongering idiot, but he would catch himself periodically. This is actually why I like Grom as a character, is specifically because he was someone who desperately wanted redemption and arguably never got it. Think about it. He never actually became a better person. He tried. He tried repeatedly, he tried consistently, and then he stumbled. And then he'd try again, and he stumbled. I've heard someone describe Grom as an alcoholic who just can't quite quit it. And there's an interesting parallel there if you think about it. Because he keeps trying, which is part of what makes Grom so interesting, is that he keeps trying. He never gave up. Until finally he died. And that was the end of that, because he couldn't keep going. Thrall then assumed Grom had redeemed himself. Thrall was wrong. But it makes sense that Thrall would idolize Grom, especially given that Grom did just make a big, powerful sacrifice. Yeah, that's compelling. That's powerful. That's awesome. That's Grom Hellscream. This jackass never drank the blood. This asshat said, "We will never be slaves, but we will be conquerors." This guy had no demon blood, no fell influence, no, void whispers in his ear. He just was that horrible of a person by himself. He founded an institution which had an entire mentality. Yeah, exactly, Kieran. He had the entire mentality, the modus operandi of the Iron Horde was that not only do you have to join or die, but you have to be useful or die. If you were not contributing enough to the war effort, then you were chaff to be burned. This is a repeated plot point across Warlords. That is the mentality that goes into this asshat. That's the guy who just was crowning as the champion. Draenor's free! Similar to the problem with Ner'zhul, I think what happened was the writers were just basically repeating the character beat of the original character without thinking about how much that doesn't make sense. Hence, Hitler, Poland. Worst cutscene in the entire game. And I do, to answer, I think it was Kennex Cow, I do think that's worse than A Cosmos Divided. I do. Screw this. Screw this cutscene. I could keep breaking this cutscene down, but I don't want to waste too much of your time. It's terrible. Moving on. So, best cutscene. Best cutscene in Warlords. I mean, you know it. It's in pretty much the exact same manner that I just showed you. I could actually break down one of the best cutscenes ever. Oh, God, don't even tell me about it, Carolina is. Yeah, you're talking about Thrall. Push-ups. I think there might be a way to replay the cutscene here. If there's not, that's actually okay, because I get copy-wronged every single time I play this cutscene, for some weird reason. Some company somewhere owns the rights to the music that plays for this cutscene, and every time I stream it, that VOD gets flagged. Nothing else in all of WoW gets flagged, except for the music that plays in this cutscene. So if we can't play it, I'm going to consider that acceptable. Yeah, it's very strange. This has been true for years, ever since the lore run. I remind you, it was 9 minutes ago. Okay, so
Run with the pack.
Here's the best cutscene in Warlords.
Drekthar! I just need another moment. We will give Drekthar the time he needs. As brothers, your place is with our people. Protect our family, Chieftain.
Even now, that gives me feels. For those of you not aware, Loktar... Ooh! Oh, hold on. So, there's a common refrain amongst the orcs. It's Loktar Ogar. What that means is victory or death. Note the phrase, victory or death. So when Gunnar did that, he just shouted, victory. Loktar. He knew. He knew what he was doing. It's also... God damn it. It's also great for a lot of other reasons. The acknowledgement of his arc. Gunnar's been on an arc since the beginning of Warlords. The conclusion of Duratan's place there. His acknowledgement that he's always been a better warrior than leader, and Duratan was needed to keep leading his people because they're going to need something like that. The fact that Duratan was willing to lay down his life for his own people. Everything about that. And unlike the previous scene, actually good music direction. Negative unique. Negative unique. What's the most personal thing for you? That was the worst thing about Alan. No category, no nothing. One weird, personal... It doesn't have to be weird. I don't know why I said weird. One individual thing that just bothers you personally the most about Outland. I imagine several people will give the answer of, it just ends, because that is such an anvil over so much of Warlords. It's an anvil around the neck, you know? It just ruins so much of this expansion. You'll notice I'm not giving it to that. First of all, I already gave that the worst gimmick of the expansion. But second of all, there's something I think is actually worse, which I'll talk about in just a moment. Oh, there was great side content. Great Primopt and great MSQ, which probably sounds strange. But it's true. For me, the worst thing about Frostfire Ridge, wow, about Warlords of Draenor is that it's not Outland. Now, some of you know what I'm talking about, but in the off chance you don't, this was supposed to be the Cataclysm of BC. We have plenty of information now to confirm this. At the time, it was rumor, but a lot of info has come out, a lot of people have talked, and a lot of receipts have been dug up that prove that the original idea here was they were going to go ahead and do a total overhaul to Outland. It's actually visible if you roam certain regions in Draenor. You can tell that they are literally higher quality versions of Outland. Well, no, I say the Cataclysm thing on purpose, because remember, Cataclysm wasn't vanilla. Cataclysm was Vanilla 2. It was a follow-through. It was a continuation of Vanilla. Almost every Cataclysm zone story arc follows through on the story arc of the Vanilla version of that zone. Same concept. And Garrosh is going to go here and resurrect the orcs and bring up the dead warlords of Draenor. Gul'dan was going to go start the Legion, blah, blah, blah. You get the general idea. I mean, even Blade's Edge Mountains is still here, kinda. That's this zone, by the way. I think that would have been a much better overall approach than this weird time travel thing. Don't mistake me. They were weirdly consistent about the time travel, and I will give them legitimate credit for somehow retaining that consistency still to this very day. It's one of the extremely few things that Warcraft has ever stayed consistent on in its own world building. It's like the way that magic works, the way that time travel works are like the two things that are just still sitting there like, yeah, what? But I always think in the back of my mind how different Warlords would have been if it was Outland 2. Technically speaking, it is... I mean, it really is the fact that Warlords ended. That is the worst thing about Warlords. Let's just get that out there. Anyways. Gul'dan started Legion the expansion push-ups, not Legion the organization. Anyways, so, what's the best thing about Warlords? The absolute best thing about Warlords to you? Again, purely personal. Just a personal vibe thing. Oh yeah, right, the Jailer actually was... God damn it, Jailer! Jailer. It does have very good music, some absolute bangers in Warlords. I was torn on both the songs and music positives for Warlords. In the interest of moving on, because I spent way too much time lingering on Warlords, I'll go ahead and tell you my answer. So, the Jailers were introduced in Shadowlands. The, how do I put this into words? I don't have, like, a good sentence for it. It's the regional MSQs, I guess is how I want to phrase that. With one exception, each zone kind of rocked to level in and quest through, right? Great quest design, great overworld design. We had those garrison abilities, which could change how you interact with the world around you and gave you options depending on which outpost you took. The stories, the regional individual stories were fantastic. The vibes of the zones were great. The atmosphere was good. The music was good. The visuals were phenomenal. This is some of the best leveling experience in WoW to date. Like, at this point in time, I think only Jade Forest, just Jade Forest, surpassed this in terms of the experience of just leveling, right? This is a trend that would continue. Even Shadowlands only had one bad questing zone. Even Shadowlands was still fun to quest and level in. I mean, come on. Maldraxxus. Nope. I gotta tell you, I didn't actually really expect that one until we went back through it for the review, and holy crap, Maldraxxus just fumbles. Pretty hard, actually. Like, ooh, okay. That's just, alright. Probably the most culpable of the... They decided to completely change how the Covenants work pretty late into Shadowlands production, and it shows. And Maldraxxus was really, really screwed over by that. Anyways. Now we gotta talk about Legion. So, what's the worst back-of-the-box feature, worst gimmick of Legion? No, I have to, Lord Harriman. I have to. I am amused that basically everyone in chat is already saying the same thing. Because it is. It is. Hey, I gotta go do something. This is very important. This is very important. There were some good story arcs in some of the Order Halls, and there were. I stand by that. Death Knight is a huge example of that. Death Knight Order Hall was just damn good. Hang on one second. Yeah. Okay, anyway, there. Now I'm in my correct position. And several of them, Rogue was good, Shaman was good. But Order Halls overall sucked. Just, like, if you zoom the camera out and look at all of the Order Halls and all of what makes up the Order Halls, the gameplay and the story and the time gating and the way that the companions worked, the mission board. I was talking about the mission board back in Warlords. No, okay, so I apparently have to explain this joke. So for those of you wondering why I was just licking Odin's boots, actually, yes, Dakota. That's Odin. So almost all of the Order Halls quests, just the story arcs, are at least good. There is one huge exception to that, and that is Warrior, which is where I am. This is the Warrior Order Hall. In Warrior, Odin over there, who is an evil asshole, by the way, who I hope to God we get to kill in Midnight, because, and that's not a joke, by the way, he is a villain, and I want to kill his ass. During the Legion Order Hall Warrior chain, Warrior Order Hall chain, excuse me, I don't know why I doubled down on that. The story arc is Odin is awesome and wants to unify all of the keepers of Ulduar underneath his reign so he can go fight the demons. That's it. Everything about this Order Hall sucks. You, in almost every Order Hall, you, the character, are actually a character. For the first time in WoW history, the PC is substantial and relevant, and they design quests both narratively and gameplay around your class, because they know what class you are. They know you're a rogue, they know you're a shaman, they know you're a warlock. And in all of them, you are substantial and significant, as you should be. This is Legion. We are level 110 now. We have done all this stuff up to this point. We are a substantial character, so it made sense that the Order Halls would treat us like we were a big deal. Except the Warrior one. In the Warrior one, we are just Odin's sandwich bitch. And that's it. Like, that's it. We go do his bidding, and that is our life. Is getting Odin a sandwich. So every time I come here, I make it a point, especially when I'm streaming, of going and licking his boots, because that's the entire Order Hall chain, is licking Odin's boots, because you're so good, Odin. Let me polish your boots some more. That's it. That's the Warrior Order Hall. It's pathetic. Even if I was to actually sit down and more literally and less, like, exaggeratively describe the Order Hall quest chain, it's really sad. Okay, so you start off dying. Yes, really. But he brings you back. Okay. And he says, yes, I have chosen you to be my instrument out in the world. Now, first thing I need you to do is I need you to go do some boring stuff. Okay, boring stuff. Okay, then you come back and he's like, okay, now I need you to go to Ulduar and recruit the keepers of Ulduar under my charge, which you go do. Oh no, Hodor's been kidnapped. Okay, let's go do some boring stuff. Okay, we've done the boring stuff. Let's go rescue Hodor. We rescued Hodor. The end. That is not a joke. That is the entire Warrior Order Hall. That is no hyperbole, no exaggeration, no talking it up to try and make it sound sillier or funnier. That's the Order Hall chain for the Warrior. It's crap. But I'm getting off topic. Forgive me. Forgive me. By the way, I was maining Warrior at this point in history, and holy crap. Anyways. The one thing I liked was I could teleport between zones. Just, you know. Well, nobody now, push-ups. Obviously, we rescued him. So yeah, the Warrior Order Hall sucked. But all of the Order Halls kind of sucked in various ways. All of them were very padded. What specific padding varied. Each one had their own different flavors of padding. But all of them had the mission board. Pound for pound, objectively, the mission board is probably the worst thing about the Order Halls, even more so than the padding. Granted, a lot of the padding was the mission boards, but still, this is bad. So you had these equipment slots, but the equipment you could get was weird and not very well designed. It was literally just, hey, mission success chance increased by 25%. Okay. And the missions themselves were substantially less rewarding. They took the wrong lesson from Warlords there. And they involved even less going out and about into the world, which was also the wrong thing from Warlords. So, like, basically everything about Warlords Order Hall, or mission board, except worse. And that's the Legion mission boards. So that sucked. But I mentioned padding. So there were several different types of quests, and all of them had a mix and match of these. You had to go garner demon blood. You had to go do world quests. You had to go do Order Hall quests. You had to go do dungeons. And there were a couple ones where it was like just kill demons, just in general, kill demons. So yeah, the padding sucked. The mission board sucked. The story varied. Even the good story, like, the other one I like to point to is Hunter. Anybody in chat who did it, tell me the story of the Hunter Order Hall. So, I actually did all of them during Lemix, so a lot of this is very fresh in my mind. And yeah, the problem with the Hunter Order Hall story arc is that their big shtick was, we are the unseen path, was the whole motif, right? And the whole idea was we will go and help people who are in need when they need help, even though they don't even know we exist. If that sounds familiar, then yeah, that's questing. The problem was they made a big deal of it, like it was the one thing that hunters did, that was the Order Hall of the unseen path, that they would go and they would help people by... That's not... It's not unique. That's not a hunter thing, right? That doesn't have anything to do with hunters or hunting. That's just, you're just an NP, you're a PC running around doing quests. But those are the only two really bad ones. There were some other fumbles. I know someone in particular who absolutely hated the monk one. But Warrior and Hunter were the two exceptions. The problem was everything else. These were grindy as hell. And getting all of the artifact appearances and getting all the artifacts in general. As you can see here, I have almost all of them. I didn't get the PvP stuff for obvious reasons. It was just, yeah. Wasn't a big fun thing. Oh yeah, by the way, the Rogue did the exact same concept much better. The Uncrowned were awesome. What's the best gimmick of Legion? Best back-of-the-box feature. World Quest is an interesting pick. Because, you know, world quests are actually, were invented in Legion. And some of them were actually good, even all the way back in Legion. Nightborn were also invented for Legion. I'm not sure that's a back-of-the-box feature, but, you know, yeah. So I thought about picking also Order Halls, but then I realized that I was wrong. Going back through Lemix really reminded me of what I liked most. In my mind, I thought of it as Order Halls, but it's not. It's the artifacts. Now, let's get this out of the way. Leveling artifacts at launch sucked. Let's just all acknowledge and embrace that. It sucked. But that's the only negative I can give artifacts. Everything otherwise was kind of freaking badass. First and foremost, getting the artifact quests. I did an entire episode, like a 30-minute episode of the World of Warcraft, just on getting the artifact quests. Every single one of those quests is at least good. Most of them are extremely good. Also, and this is something that I just admit is a personal thing for me, each of those quests ties into the greater lore of the setting and often WoW itself. The amount of little dangling threads that were left over after all of WoW, like they picked up dangling threads from Vanilla and BC and Wrath and Kata and everything. They had dangling threads all over this, and they just tied up and dovetailed into the artifact quests. So many stories were concluded in the artifact procurement quests, and they were awesome, fun, engaging quests. They were also the final development of the scenario concept from back in Pandaria. Anyway, so those were awesome. Then you actually have your artifacts. So the way this would work, and Lemix reminded me of how badass this system was. So once you have your artifact on, that's it. That's your weapon. You can upgrade your weapon. You can develop your weapon. You can put stuff on your weapon. But if you're a Fury Warrior, you always have these stupid blades equipped, right? Like, that's your lot. There's your swords. I mean that as a good thing, if it's not being I'm not being very clear. As strange as it sounds, one of the funnest little tiny quality of life features is that in Legion, this is also true in Lemix, when you would switch a spec, like to say to Prot or to Arms, it would automatically and immediately equip that artifact when you switched. So you were just ready to go. It's a tiny thing, but it removed some weird seconds and minutes from the game. It also meant that you could always, like, while you're getting all your other pieces of gear to move up, you could always just focusing on your one weapon to improve that one weapon. And if you didn't like the visuals of that weapon, that's what transmog's for. And of course there were the other artifact skins, which, you know, was a thing. Anyways. Then, I'm not done yet, then there's the fact that every single artifact, all of them, gave you, every single artifact weapon gave you something that changed your spec. Because they're all spec focused, right? And all of them gave you something. Sometimes it was a new ability. Sometimes it was a mutator to an existing ability. Sometimes it was something that would change how you would play a specific spec, right? But one way or another, it was a new talent point, for lack of a better way to put that. And that new talent, it was actually a whole talent tree for the weapons. That's neither here nor there. You can't look at it anymore. Don't worry about it. But it was something that enabled you to change how you played your build. And that was awesome. And it was fun. And it was engaging. It was great. It was wonderful. It was thrown out the window. Moving on. So, this is Legion. What was the least good spec in Legion? And I have to phrase it that way, because you'll notice I'm not automatically saying Rogue, because Legion is one of 2 expansions ever where Rogue was actually good. Anyone want to jump on this? I mean, obviously, Braidwood said Rogue. Mr. Red said Rogue. Spartan said BC Classic, because Spartan just doesn't care. Demon Hunters were introduced. Might have been them, maybe. Could be hunters? No. This is when they made survival hunters a melee, which was an extremely good move and turned survival hunter from a joke into one of the best specs for the class. How about mage? No, mage is fantastic, top to bottom. Monk, same deal. Paladin was amazing. Priest was amazing. If you put a gun to my head, I would probably say Prot Paladin. Mostly because the ability you gained from your artifact was actually not super useful or great. But my real answer, and what I have written down in the document, is exactly what Mr. Red just said. Not applicable. I can't pick a worst spec in Legion. It is one of the extremely rare times ever in WoW history where there's no spec that just demonstrably falls behind everything else. Even more modern stuff, I could say that they're saying, like, for example, right now, Rogue, right? Anyways. Alright, fine. Best spec. That's a lot trickier. And the answer is Havoc. But let's pretend Demon Hunters don't exist, okay? Because Demon Hunter is going to win best spec for every single expansion otherwise. It's the Rogue problem all over again. So, what's the other option? Anybody want to jump on that? And we can think of something that's just, like, really nailed it in Legion as far as class design. I'll go ahead and move forward a little bit, because my answer to that is Balanced Druid. For those who don't remember, Legion is when Balanced Druid was given the Moon ability, and it was a lot more badass back in the day. Obviously, Balanced Druid was a good place in general, and they kept changing their minds on how balance worked. But the Moon by itself kind of just made the class so good. For those who are not aware of what it was, is you would drop a moon. You would... There you go. Boom. You've dropped a moon on the target. I don't know what else to add to that. Moving on. Worst zone. Okay, so...
I serve a greater power.
As usual, what I mean is leveling zone, or questing zone. Because otherwise, and this is similar to non-jungle, this is a bit of a cheating answer. It would be the Broken Shore. Because, yeah, the Broken Shore is, I mean, there's not much here, and there's not many quests, and it's kind of ugly, and... I don't know, it's not a terrible treadmill zone. Argus is better. But for me, and I've really sat on this for a while, because again, name a bad leveling zone in Legion. Name a bad leveling zone in Dragonflight, right? Like at this point, we started getting into technicalities, but for me, this is great. I'm doing this on a warrior because I can just teleport around. Isn't this great? I can technically do this on a mage too, but I think it's actually faster to do it on a warrior. Stormheim, I thought about, especially since it irritated me with the HVA stuff. But I'm actually going to go with Val'sharah. I want to explain why a little bit. Val'sharah was the most disconnected zone. Stormheim is still about Legion. Ajuna is still about Legion. Haimon, Legion. Val'sharah is about the Nightmare, which just is okay, sure. Opportunistic much, but fine. And there's this over here, which is, I want to say, like, the most technically of things. Like, this whole story arc with the not Gilneans is connected to the Legion barely. Basically, what you're seeing here, this whole story arc with Blackrock Cold, is a consequence of the Legion. So this is like seeing the ripples after the stone has already fallen into the pond kind of a thing. Visually, it's a great visual. It's a fantastic looking forest. To continue the trend, this is probably what Ashenvale would look like nowadays if they had the proper time for it. This is brilliant. But it is still another elven forest, and it's still dealing with the freaking Nightmare. And yeah, exactly. Like, this zone would fit pretty much anywhere, and that's what pushes it a little bit down from everything else. This zone has the least to do with Legion. It's the extra zone, right? Some of the WoW expansions have had that extra zone, like Spires of Arak had that. Spires of Arak managed it by being frickin' awesome and actually connecting to stuff, whereas Val'Sharah is mostly just, so hey. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, best zone to quest in. This is... I chewed on this one a lot, actually. Because holy crap, how do I pick a best of Legion zones? Ajun is a good pick. It was the default pick for a while there, so much so that Pax hates questing there now. Because he's done it like 15 times. But for me, I was going to give it to Suramar. Suramar counts. It's still a zone. It's still a questing zone. It even has patch content. But the problem with Suramar is, as we showed during the review, while Suramar is an absolute banger on the story axis, it fails way too hard on the gameplay side. There's way too much padding, way too much spinning of the wheels, and they don't do enough with the hide mechanic, for lack of a better way to put that. Like, what are you hiding? Is neat for a little bit, but otherwise they don't do anything. There's no mechanic there to speak of. It's just an extra tax for being in the zone. So my actual answer...
One day I may come.
Yeah, Ashkehet did the same concept way better. That's a good point. This just in. War Within is better than Legion. Lore shock. Oh yeah, they also had the terrible rep gating in Suramar. I forgot about that. So, I'm probably going to get some hackles for this. But when we were going back through Legion, so one of my friends had never played Legion, so they experienced Legion for the first time with me through Lemix, right? And so we were going through these zones. And High Mountain is just kind of consistently awesome. It is flight mandatory. I'll actually agree with that. But like the pacing and the flow and the branching, it's a weird zone where you both have the two major styles of zone design, where you've got the free roaming spider design, or the web design, or whatever that's actually probably called, and then you also have the roller coaster design at the same time. And the story here is actually really engaging. Stories, I really should say. It is also about the Legion. The Legion is directly relevant to the events that are happening here, more than once. I also love how they do some of the narrative progression. So, like, one of my favorite moments in the entire game, in the entire expansion, is this moment right here. It's so well built up. It's like, oh my god, there's the drug bowl, and they're evil, and we gotta go fight them. Okay, we'll go fight them. Oh god, they're spreading stuff. Okay, we stop them from spreading stuff. Okay, we go fight them. And then we get up here, and we get a quest, and most people don't notice it. My friend didn't notice it either. It's not a dig. I didn't notice it the first time either. We get a weird quest, if you think about it. It's not a quest to save the town. It's a quest to evacuate the town. And if you're paying attention to the story at the time, and what the characters are saying, it's because they are sufficiently afraid, and they're not sure what's going to happen next, so they want to make sure that people get out. The thing that happens immediately after you evacuate the town is this. If for those of you who don't know, this spot I'm in was the town. Like, this was where they were. You could kind of see the bits and pieces of what's left out here. Yeah, exactly, Kara White Noise. And it's just like, oh god. And then, immediately after this, you get a quest from the NPCs. Like, okay, we've got to go in there, we got to fight them. And you go into the cave, and you fight some trash, you fight the dude. And then the NPC who's with you, who it's worth noting has been with you this entire story arc, is like, alright, we're going to fight, and we're going to prove... He starts doing, like, the hero speech. You know the hero speech, right? He is interrupted mid-sentence, impaled on a spike of earth, and killed. We break out, because we're the PC, But everyone else who comes with us into this cave dies. We come out alone. And that's the beginning of High Mountain. That's how High Mountain starts. This is why I picked High Mountain. I could keep going. Like, after this point, the next thing is it starts to branch. Okay, do you want to go help recruit these people, or these people? And you get a choice. And you could do any of them in pretty much any order. There's kind of a natural flow to it, but you can do it in whatever order you feel like. You can also just grab all 3 quests and go do them as you're questing throughout the zone. We also get some cool culture, some good character tidbits. There's even this nice little twist. We go to recruit the Blood Totem into our faction. And we start recruiting the Blood Totem. We gain respect with them. We do the initial quest. You know this thing. It's this usual drill. And then they try to murder us because they've betrayed us to the Legion. Spoilers. And then we have to help the other guy who happens to be there escape. This whole zone is fantastic. The more I'm talking it up, the more I'm remembering how much I enjoy going through High Mountain. Yeah, if there's a downside to High Mountain now, there's a decent chance that if you decide to go level in Legion, you could pretty much finish your whole arc just doing High Mountain. It is also an extremely vertical zone, which is great if you have flying. Pregnant pause. Anyways. Okay, best zone. Woo! What's the worst dungeon? Okay. Does anyone in chat think it's anything other than Violet Hold? Anybody. Anybody want to make a serious argument that it's not Violet Hold? Again. I tend to forget that the second Violet Hold even exists. Yeah, this is actually a different Violet Hold. And it's just, yeah. Yeah. Look, Brigwin. Yeah, Legion dungeons. I actually really like Legion dungeons, for whatever that's worth.
We must bolster our ranks.
50,000 negatives for Evo. It's funny because it is better than the vanilla, than the Wrath Violet Hold. Excuse me. There's better bosses. Each of these is actually a specific Wrath callback boss. No. Like it's on your behalf, Evo, because I just got interrupted by a world quest. She hates world quests. She hates them so much. She wants them to die. Anyways, the bosses are better. You know, Maleficent is actually a pretty good boss fight. The trash is better. There's even a new mechanic. They added this brand new mechanic where the NPC... So if you kill a particular section early, a wave early, the next wave will spawn immediately, as opposed to waiting for its given timer. I think that might actually only be on Heroic. Don't quote me on that. But Violet Hold still sucks. It's still a hold the line, and they still haven't figured out how to make that work. I really hope they give up on that someday. All right, much harder question. Best dungeon. I'm gonna get some hackles for this. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Legion had some bangers for dungeons, and I have experienced them when they were hard. I have experienced Mythic Legion when it was hard. So I've got all kinds of experience here. I've done Mythic, like, what was it, 44? I don't get it, Guild Wars. Oh, right, yeah. Heart quests. Look, heart quests are just... Yeah. Now I'm going to turn my sound on just to irritate Evo really quick here. Evil laughter. All right, Evo, here it comes. Here it comes! Somewhere around here. There it is!
Outposts in the Crimson Thicket. Unleash the Withered at your command and drive them out.
All the things. Hear a white noise. I am amused it says there's anything I don't have in Legion, by the way, because I just did Lemix, and let me tell you, 100%ed Lemix. I know really 100%ed Lemix. Like, oof. You will not find a single achievement missing from this list, including the ones that give nothing, and you just did in order to do it. I still did it, including bringing order to the Isles, among others. I think you're right, because like it says I'm missing a couple of items. Oh, it's the Nightfallen gear. It's the Nightfallen rep gear. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's all I'm missing is the Nightfallen rep gear. No, I'm never doing that. Moving on. So, I was very torn on Best Dungeon, as I'm sure a lot of you would be, like Maverick just mentioned. Archway is a kind of like multiple choice path routing thing of the great final boss. Karazhan is phenomenal. Ten-Headed Hydra is an amazing person. I hope you don't, like, eat puppies or something, and I'm just going to look really stupid in hindsight for saying that. Do you eat puppies, Ten-Headed Hydra? Just be honest with me. Just be honest with me. Red Dead Redemption 2, Overlord 1, and Grim Fandango. Not many. Okay, you know what? You know what? We'll take that. We'll take that. You could probably already tell my answer, because I'm sitting right here. I was very torn on this, but at the end, I had to pick the Court of Stars. So for those of you not aware of how this goes, Court of Stars is a very non-standard dungeon. You start off actually over here, make your way across the water, fight your way into the town here, and it's very traditional fight at this point. There's tons and tons of enemies here, and there's tons and tons of... These also are very mean enemies. All the way up to here, and you have your first regular boss here. He's a good boss. Cool. All of this is good. But then you go inside and come out here. Right here. And now you have this weird little puzzle section. So there's like you have access to this entire area, this entire region right here, this plaza. And your job is to find... So there's like 3 bosses up here. Each boss buffs the others. So obviously then the goal... And you'll see this if you just look at them. They have a buff that says, hey, I'm buffing the others. So the goal is to break them apart. So you roam around here, pushing your way through some of this trash and trying to find the things you can interact with to pull that individual boss out. At which point you then kill that boss by itself. Cool, I'm with that. Then you get the star of the show, which is the spy section. So you go into this room right here. I know you can't go in right now. And you have to find someone, and there are, like, I think 5 informants in there. Each of them gives you one detail. They're wearing gloves. They have a cloak. They're female. They have a backpack on. They have bottles on, etc. Each of them gives you one tidbit. There are 5 tidbits, and then you have to use those to figure out who the infiltrator is at the party. I don't even care. This is actually one of my favorite encounters in dungeons in this game. Don't at me. I love this encounter. It is interesting, it's fun, it's unique. It's a nice pacing change. When you're doing it at a pub, well, let's just say I usually tend to be the one doing this. But, you know what, whatever, I don't care. It's fun. And then you have a fun final boss fight. Having said all that, Kara's a really close second. It's true, it's one of the only encounters that isn't abandonment. If I did this at level 80, I would still have to do this encounter legit. That's a very interesting point. Oh yeah, by the way, we're actually here to assassinate the Magistrix. And when we get to the end, Magistrix is like, what are you doing? This is so obviously a trap. I'm going to leave. As we're showing up. And the dude's like, what? It can't be a trap. Oh, crap! Anyways. So what's the worst raid? As usual, we're at the point now where it's least good, right? Least good raid. To me, this is a bit of a gimme. I'm not even going to build it up. It's the trial. It's the trial of valor. Ignoring the fact that we're licking Odin's boots again, by the way, for the 3rd time, if you're paying attention. 4th, if you're playing a warrior. This can't be a trap. Oh, crap! Yeah, it's a glorified boss rush. The bosses are good. They are. Let's just be honest about that. But, like, narratively, it's not only almost irrelevant, but it also is completely invalidated by Shadowlands. That's another thing we can lay at Shadowlands' feet there. In addition to Vermintide 2. I knew it. I knew it, Mr. Red. You secretly hate Legion. Guild Wars 1, Jedi Fallen Order, Vermintide 2. Thank you, Oculus. Yeah, Odin's also a dick for absolutely no reason. He really is. There's this bit... So, it's very understated. And I've talked about this before. I actually think that they didn't intend for Odin to be as villainous as he is. I think later on, the writers noticed how villainous Odin was and decided to lean into that. So I think technically Odin the villain is a retcon. Because if you pay attention to Odin in Legion, first of all, he's voiced by Khadgar. Let's just get that out of the way. But second of all, he's boisterous and happy and, hey, everything's great and awesome. And he sounds like a good guy. And he's portrayed like a good guy. And I legitimately think that that's just bad writing. I think it's underthought. I think the writers didn't think about it. It was only later writers, and this is circa Dragonflight, so that makes sense, when someone went back and was like, hold up, that dude was messed up. What do you mean? Well, one of the things that actually happens during the Odin stuff is he actively encourages his own people to try and kill us, because that it's okay if we kill them. After all, he'll just bring them back up from the dead again. Please keep in mind that it's a specific setting point in Warcraft that both dying and being rezzed are traumatic. No, it's cool. Fight for my glory. Like, just little stuff like that, right? Like, what the crap, dude? Anyways, Trials of Valor. Worst raid. Moving on. Best raid. Best raid in Legion. Which one was Fields of Mystria? Ah. Oh, it's still early access. Damn you, early access. Damn you. It is good they're still developing it, though. So this is a tough one. Let me get this out there. I think all of the raids in Legion are good. I know some people disagree with Tomb of Sargeras. That's fine. All of them are good, right? All of them are good raids. I'm not going to give it to Antorus for two big reasons. One is there's an entire MSQ, extremely relevant plot twist happening in Antorus, which is so badly presented that when I mentioned it during the lore run of Legion and during the review run, there were several people both times who were like, huh? Who had never noticed it before. There's technically two plot twists. Let's just get out of that way. The other thing that pushes Antorus down a little bit is, I sure hope you already know how to navigate it, because if you don't, good luck finding your way around. It's weirdly, it's non-linear, but at the same time is. Like, Antorus is functionally a corridor, but it doesn't look like a corridor. And so it's pretty easy to get turned around. You have to, like, at certain points, you have to interact with a specific portal pad to go forward. And then at another point, you have to go interact with a flight dude. Not the portal, which is right next to the flight dude, in order to go where you're actually supposed to go next. And when you get to this next room, you have to go forward and then up ahead to this area first. And then once you're done with this area, you have to go back and this time take the alcove to the right, because this is towards the next area, and so forth and so on. I know Antorus because I've done it 70,000 times. On Mythic, but it has some navigation issues. I know there's a relatively minor quibbles, but for the narrative problem and for the navigation problem, I'm going to give it to its biggest competitor, which is the Nighthold. I don't have many quibbles with the Nighthold. I do have a few. Yeah, no kidding, Moog. So, Nighthold, you start off in the sewers, because of course you do. You gotta infiltrate for the sewers. The actual entrance to Nighthold is way over there on the other side of the city. Then you end up coming out right here. Well, this doesn't look the same. Also, it's not right here, excuse me, it's right here. There we go, there we go. You come out right here. They're like, "Rawr, I will kill you." And you rush forward, and then you go all do these things, and Ross goes to see the movies. Hopefully it's a good movie. What's the movie? What's even out right now? There's a boss up here, and then there's like the open worldy thing. And now you have the ability to go that way to fight 2 bosses, that way to fight 1 boss, and then that way to fight 1 boss. The only complaint I can really level at Nighthold is Tichondrius. And I know I've already said this, and I know I'm just bashing a dead horse here. But they took one of the interesting main villains of Warcraft 3 Vanilla and turned him into a random-ass raid boss. He's not even a main raid boss. He's just some random-ass other side raid boss of Nighthold. That's it. He's just there. That's the biggest thing I have to a complaint to Nighthold. Ah. Oh. Ooh. Have fun, Ross. I'm losing everyone. I'm losing viewers. Nobody wants to watch WoW. Mr. Red doesn't want to watch WoW. So, yeah, no, exactly. Tichondrius became... I mean, he was our viewpoint character for the Legion, if you remember. So, oh, thank God, Lord Harrowmont is here. And PV Goodfate's here. And Kennex Cow's here. But no one else. I don't care why doesn't here, too. That's all the one. It's just funny. I'm bleeding people. So, whatever. Nighthold was an awesome raid. The Gul'dan fight at the top was amazeballs. Oh, sorry, there actually is one other negative for the Nighthold. Let me tell you a bit of a story. So, Krenzler's here. Mook's here. I have people. I feel loved. I don't feel loved. So up here you fight Gul'dan. Whoa. This is interesting. When did you start playing again, Lord Harrowmont? Like, when are you going to dip into being able to comment, is what I'm basically asking. So, we get up to the top here, and we fight Gul'dan, and it's an awesome cutscene. It is. It's a fantastic fight. And it's an awesome cutscene, and there's some cool stuff that happens. But here's the weird part. Then Illidan gets up and is like, "Oh, I'm back." A friend of mine went through this semi out of order. Now, that's a little bit my fault. But the point is, they were like, "Huh?" And they were like, why was Illidan there? What's going on, huh? Because one of the problems WoW does have, and I've always acknowledged this. Thank you, Push-Ups. Solidarity. I will always acknowledge this. WoW makes a lot of its story optional. And while I do think that's hypothetically a good thing, WoW makes too much of it too optional. It's the FF8 problem. It's the Final Fantasy VIII problem. So, there's a lot of great story, even in older WoW. Good luck finding it if you're not actively seeking it out. So, the Illidan thing was actually built up quite a bit. The launch event mentioned it, and there's an entire dungeon which is about Illidan coming back. There's actually 2, dungeons that are about Illidan coming back. It's part of the Demon Hunter Order Hall chain. In fact, the Demon Hunter Order Hall chain specifically involves getting Illidan's soul, so if you didn't play a Demon Hunter, you don't even see that part of the story at all. And then there was the entire story arc with regards to Zira. So you have to go find the piece of Zira and then go through her story arc, which is a great story. All this stuff is great stuff. It's just... it's all kind of necessary because it's all MSQ. It's all main plot territory. Because there's a whole story for Illidan here. I know Huthor didn't like it, but even after going back through it for Lemix, I actually still really like what they did with Illidan in Legion. He was such an asshole. He was such a sanctimonious, narcissistic, self-righteous prick who happened to be pragmatic enough to put his ego aside a little bit when it was necessary to do the greater good, because he also was one of the very few people who recognized the actual scope and scale of the problem. And he was very committed to fixing that problem. And I liked that. He was exactly as much of a villain as he was a hero, and I liked that. So, we get up here. Illidan comes back as all the stuff that you could go do optional up to this point. It's like, okay. And yeah, obviously one of the best cutscenes in the entire game is with Illidan. We'll get there. But moving on. So this is the best raid in my opinion. Woo! So, worst boss. As usual, what I actually mean is least good raid boss. Now, this isn't it, but I gotta give special mention to this jackass. So, there's this guy, what's his frickin' name? Iminar. Iminar the Soul Hunter. You remember this dude? This guy's a bounty hunter. And he lays traps, and those traps are mean. And you fight him on a bridge, and you have to fight him back and forth across the bridge. And yeah, he's kind of a thing. The thing is, his mechanics are very different in Mythic. And when I say his mechanics are different, I mean, so he lays a bunch of traps on the bridge, and then he goes from one side of the bridge to the other. He floats over it, right? So he avoids all his own traps. And you have to cross the bridge, avoiding the traps as you go. In Mythic specifically, I don't actually know if this is in Heroic. I've never done Heroic. But in Mythic specifically, his traps are not only basically impossible to dodge, but they will murder your face off. They are designed to destroy not only you, but the entire raid. It is supposed to be a wipe. You're probably thinking, why? Well, the idea was in Mythic specifically, they wanted to force the team to split. So you have one half of the team on one side of the bridge and the other half on the other side of the bridge. And that's how you fight the boss. This is the intended strategy. The problem with this is that kind of mandating an intended strategy in WoW is almost never a good idea. Like, you can have mechanics and you can have ways to bypass those mechanics, but the strategy itself should probably be up to the players. And generally tends to be, right? This guy bypassed that. But he's not my actual pick for least good. Because there's a boss nobody even mentioned, because probably nobody even remembers he exists, because he's such a nothing burger boss. How many of you remember that this guy exists? Even the people who did Lemix probably barely recognized that this guy was a speed bump in the road. He wasn't bad. There's no bad bosses in Legion. But that's the point. He was just a speed bump. Even doing this at level, even doing it at the time, he's like, alright, what's up? So he's got a rage mechanic, and you have to manage your drench. I think that's actually it. Hang on. What else did he do? Oh yeah, he got the egg, so he'd spawn ads. Yeah, he'd spawn ads. And there was the interesting boss swap mechanic where, like, when he swapped, he would do a bunch of AoE damage, so you wanted to, like, manage when you did the boss swaps, did the tank swaps, excuse me. That's kind of it. Yeah, there wasn't much else to him. And that's the point. You remember how we talk about the random-ass boss that Final Fantasy likes to throw out of nowhere? Just like, hey, here's a boss idea we had. That's this guy. That's why I list him as the least good. He's just there. Moving on. Okay. Best raid fight. Best raid boss. I kind of wish the Fellstorm went away, what you've done to Sargeras, because canonically it does go away at that point. Kil'jaeden's a good pick. I actually am one of those weirdos who really likes the Kil'jaeden fight. I know it had a bit of a rep. So, unfortunately, this is another one of those gimmies. I don't think there's any actual debate here. The Argus fight is one of the best fights in the game pre-modern WoW. Just straight up. I'm actually not sure that there is a fight before Dragonflight that is better than Argus. You're thinking of Kael'thas push-ups. I know. Kael'thas, Kel'Thuzad, Kil'jaeden. I get it. I do. No judgment. Yeah, Argus is just an extremely good fight. I'm trying to think how to explain this. It is very difficult to make an MMO boss fight where a major mechanic of the fight is the players dying and still make that work. There's a degree of trust and trust in the players, but also trust in the developers that is an intended part of the fight. Because dying as a mechanic is a very risky thing to do, right? So, Argus, oh my god, Argus is so good. So this is what he looks like. He's a Titan. He's a straight-up Titan. No ifs, ands, or buts. You can see he's tortured. Of course he is. He's in constant pain. That's cool. His first phase is relatively simple. All you have to do is manage your stacks and manage your positioning. There's also this interesting thing, the sky and the sea. So, he does sky and sea, and you have to be careful and manage this. You want one or the other. Sky gives you critical strike and mastery. Sea gives you haste and versatility. Which one's good for you? Well, that's your decision. You have to figure out for your build, for your spec, for your setup, what is good for you. And you then remember that, right? It's like, I'm a sea person. So then you focus on sea or you focus on sky. And you want to make sure you get that because those stack, right? And you want to get multiple stacks of this. But remember, you can only get one stack per iteration. And if you accidentally get the other thing, you lose your existing stacks. So even just the giving you extra buffs to help fight the boss mechanic is something that the player has to pay attention to. He also does this massive sweep of doom. He has just this massive AoE of doom. He's got a blight orb, which just kills everything. And a cone of death, which you don't want to be in front of. Then we had phase 2. Phase 2, he summons all sorts of dudes. And, where is it? Actually, it looks like it's not even here. Is it not listed here? Yeah, exactly, Lord Aramon. And yeah, I've said it before. We, as much as it's impressive that we kill a Titan, we do not do this by ourselves. We kill a Titan with the artifact weapons, which canonically really boosted our power level, and the aid of the other Titans. So, anyways. So then he summons a bunch of Constellars. Each one is very weak to a specific one of the damage types. And I mean, like, takes triple damage from it or something like that. So you have to figure out which ones you are good against and focus fire yours down quickly and efficiently and then go help everyone else with theirs. Okay, nothing too shabby there. There's also a couple that follow you around, and there's a couple other mechanics. I'm just going to gloss over that. That's kind of your breather phase. Then he starts doing some really fun stuff. I love that. It doesn't even say here. Or so it seems. So what he does in the last phase is he gets frozen in place and everything's good. We did it. But then he breaks out. And then he kills the players. Now you're probably thinking, well, that's just mean. It's actually tutorialization. I'm dead serious. So he kills the entire raid. He also pulls the entire raid to one specific spot to kill him. This is important. Because then the Titan's like, no! And one of the Titans is like, I will grant them life. And they put a res spot, which is right next to where you are. Okay, so all your corpses are right here. And you can release, and when you do, you're in the fight still. And the res spot is right next to you. You then go res and go continue the fight. But here's the catch. This is another top-down fight. Some people need to stay alive and be topside fighting him. If nobody's topside, he just wipes the raid. And he has every mechanic he has in the previous phases all at the same time and worse. The people on the dead side, because people do have to, I say deliberately die. For the most part, what would happen is players would just die. And if you happened to die, then you would deal with the dead side. On the dead side, there's a whole bunch of enemies running around. Lost souls and creeping shadowy stuff. And they are causing problems to the living side. They're actually very vulnerable down on the dead side. But if they're left alone, they will kill everyone up on the top side. So you have to go down there and clean that up. Deal with all that stuff. And then once you've taken enough stacks, go ahead and hit the res spot and go back up to the living side. And the whole fight involved a fairly large number of people, usually DPS, also including at least one tank and healer, rotating back and forth between being alive and being dead. It's also a very intense fight. It's also the first fight in WoW history that had its own boss song. First time they did that, not the last. Urgus is a great fight. But can we think of a really, really good dungeon fight? Best individual dungeon boss. The End of Arcway is a damn good pick. I don't remember his name. He's a jackass. He's actually a traitor, too. You remember Ferrandus over at Ajuna? Ferrandus was actually personally betrayed by that guy. I can't remember his freaking name. Vandros, that's him. Yeah, this asshat. So his main shtick is he's a fairly good normal boss until he banishes you in time and sends you somewhere throughout the rest of the dungeon. So you're somewhere in here, and you have to run back, and you have 2 minutes to make it, and there's stuff in the way, and all the stuff in the way does is slow you down. Literally, they cast a slow effect. It's okay. Once they're killed, the slow effect dispels. So, however, I have to agree with Cordana. So let's talk about the Cordana fight really quick, especially the hard Cordana fight, which is fantastic. So Cordana's at the bottom of the vault of the Wardens. Here she is. She is a Fell Warden. Cool. So there's a thing you pick up, and it gives you a light orb. It's been tutorialized in the level design. Great dungeon in general, by the way. And it's been tutorialized in level design leading up to this point. So you've got the light, and you're fighting her, and she takes the light and takes it away to someone else. So you got to go kill the other thing to get the light back. Okay, cool. Once you do, you have to find her, use the light to expose her, and then break her out of her AoE phase. Then she'll make this thing called Creeping Doom, where these waves of death will come at you. You can only see the waves of death if they're in range of the light. Caveat, if you're paying attention when she casts it, you have about a half of a second of being able to see where the wave is going to come. Because you need to dodge the wave. It'll beat the snot out of you otherwise. So, you're like, okay, there's going to be light. And later on, she starts stacking waves. So you have 2 waves coming at you from 2 different angles, or 2 different sides at the same time. This whole time, she also has a knockback, which will throw you off the ledge. The ability to summon an ad, which, again, can take the thing. Shadow Step attack, and a big old tank burster ability. She is actually a very, very good fight. Oh yeah, she also gains, like, damage resistance when her corner ads are up, giving you a motive, but not a mandate, to bring them down. Although I think maybe that's not true in Mythic. I don't remember right now. This Legion was when Mythic was invented. And so it's kind of when they started doing the thing where bosses would have completely different mechanics based on difficulty. Yeah, that's great. So, what's the best individual song in Legion? Now, I bet this will flummox a few people, because Legion is known for many things, but music is not actually one of them. Anduin's theme is a good pick. I can't even argue that, really. It's not my pick, but it is a solid pick. The Nightmare theme is basically perfect for me. It's a shame Mr. Red isn't here to hear this. Because he's all into horror. I love this song. It is exactly creepy enough without being too much. There's these little whispers in the background. They're not actually saying anything. Just kind of whispering in the background. Kind of like, it's the whole intrusive thoughts thing, right? And you've got that faint, not quite out of key flute. It's some kind of woodwind. I don't know what type of flute it is. Slowly playing this kind of the meandering melody going through it. And most of the song is actually being carried by the strings, which are mostly deep and get across that concept of like this pit that you're just staring out in front of you. Right? Great song. Great song. There's actually several variants of it that play throughout the course of Legion, but I'm very fond of that. That's my pick for best song. So, what zone do you think has the worst visual? It's the Broken Shore. It's the Broken Shore. I'm not going to play around. It's the Broken Shore. The Broken Shore feels like what most people think all of Legion looked like. Most people say, "Oh, Legion was too green," and I look around like, well, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of green here, but what they mean is the Broken Shore. That is what they're referring to. Okay, if you give me a second, I'll even show you the damn thing. Yeah, no, Argus is also fell blasted, but way better designed. Also has some interruptions in it, too. It's not just fell wasteland. The Broken Shore is just fell wasteland with like one, etc. Is one spot of void in it. That's it. That's your belly. What the hell? Oh, God. Physics. There we go. Okay, we're good. I found the physics. Not even the jiggle physics. All right, how many people looked? Be honest. There are no jiggle physics here. Oh, okay. I do appreciate that, Lord Hermon. But no, for real. I still think this looks good because Blizzard's art team are wizards who have made a pact with an old god. But you could see how looking at just this would get old, right? Like, you look around, it's like, yeah. Yeah, no, that's fell blasted wasteland. And this is the whole zone. There's nothing else here. It is actually funny to me that this zone is a little bit more fell blasted than Argus is. I guess I lied. There's actually one of the little ruins there. I forgot about this. Sorry, my bad. There's three things here. There's little ruins. Oh yeah, here's the bridge, by the way. This always amused me. This is the bridge that used to go out to Nighthold. We actually found a boss over here. Okay, fine. I do love the look of that. It's basically the Nighthold but fell, but they do some really good stuff with it. Anyways. Okay, fine. Broken Shore is just... Okay, sure, fine, whatever. What's the best looking zone? Which zone has the best overall visuals and graphic design in Legion? Yeah, unfortunately, similar to the Broken Shore, this is a gimme. Suramar has the distinction of being the first city in WoW. No, you know what I mean. It was the first time we saw something that looked like a freaking city. That had avenues, houses, and alleys, and size. I know it, Krensler. I'll see you around. Yeah, it feels like a city. It is actually ginormous. Buildings you can actually go inside of, tons of NPCs. Like, the amount of NPCs roaming around this place is ginormous. Like, even by MMO's standards, which, as we all know, is kind of shrunk. There's that whole concept of MMOs being kind of physically shrunk thanks to reality. Suramar is enormous. Yeah, let me become an illusion very quickly here. There we go. None will ever know. I love this market. I love how they're just selling gems, you know. Just gems. I mean, what else are they going to sell here, right? Big old kegs of arc wine there. Oh, forget. Fine, fine. Die, die, die. Dar, dar, dar. Like, the thing I love so much about Suramar is a lot of zones look good when you zoom the camera out, when you get up into the air and you fly around. And to be clear, that is still Suramar. Suramar still looks amazing when you get up here and you really zoom out and you soak in all that detail. Look at that. Look at that. But what really makes Suramar work so well is it also works just as well when you zoom in. When you're down here, it still looks just as good. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. I have to kill a bunch of loyalists. Excuse me, loyalists. Excuse me. You have to die. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, loyalists. Excuse me. Excuse me. It's okay. This is all in the past anyways. These are all already dead. Because, hey, look. Sentenced for conspiracy to commit treason. Huh. Sentenced for theft by deception. Sentenced for aiding and abetting a fugitive. Sentenced for acts of vandalism. Yeah. Suramar wins. Suramar just crushes. Moving on. I should probably mention, there's also a whole other zone here other than the city, which is also good looking. It's just, the city kind of wins it by itself, frankly. You know? Like, there's what used to be Suramar over here. It's a very, very good elven ruins looking place. It's kind of what Ashara probably should have looked like. I don't know, Aurelia. I'll admit I have not put any thought into it before, so I don't have a prepared answer for you. I'll chew on that for a minute. Okay, this is the best zone visually. We know what the worst zone is. What's the best zone in terms of atmosphere? This is a tough one, because a lot of zones here have... And Taurus isn't a zone, so it doesn't count. Izar. Suramar is another excellent pick. The Desperation, the Fallen Empire, the people on the verge of death, the exiles. There's some good atmosphere in Suramar. Like this, I feel like we're getting to the point where there's not really a bad answer here. Yeah, exactly. Val Shara, where you're on the edge of everything going straight to hell. Because the nightmare is just expanding right now. But for me, you probably already know where I'm going. There's technically 3 zones here. I decided to treat them as 3 zones. Because, you know, there are 3 zones here. But one in particular really works. And that's Eradath. Eradath has some of the best atmosphere in WoW to date, in my opinion. Really take it in for a second. Everything about this zone is just kind of bonkers. First of all, you've got Azeroth up there in the distance. That just adds to all 3 of these zones. But you also have the rest of Eradath. You can actually see the rest of Eradath up there, or what's left of it, because Eradath has been slowly drifting away from the planet over the years. If you go to the other end of the planet, give me a second. It did. Down here. I actually agree with that. This is probably what Endwalker was going for with a certain zone in it. If you look over on this end, you can actually see where we just were. Literally, as well as metaphorically. Down there is the surface of Argus, because again, we're kind of floating up into the ruins up here. But when I say literally, I meant it. So if you look, I'm going to put it so it's like right under my scythe. Do you see that like yellowish dot? Do you see it? Okay, now I'm going to zoom in and get rid of the HUD so you can see it. That's the first zone. That down there is where the Genidar, I think, whatever the other ship is, crashed. And that little circle-ish area is the first zone out here in Argus. So, nice, a completely unnecessary touch. Nobody had to do that. But someone somewhere bothered. And if you only sit down and look at it, you can see the layout of the zone there, too. Someone bothered with that, which is awesome. Go wait for a second. So, yeah, you've got the chunks of Eridath drifting into the distance. You've got the planet down below. Oh, I noticed it first. You've got Azeroth up there, and that's just the skybox. You notice I haven't even mentioned anything other than skyboxes yet. Then there's the zone itself. One of the first things that happens when we get here is Velen says nothing. It's one of those powerful little quiet moments in this whole story arc, because Velen is so overcome with words that he actually can't bring himself to say anything. And there's a few moments like that here in Eridath. And you get out here and you just see what... I know this isn't exactly the first ancient ruins we've seen in fiction, in games, or even just in WoW. But this might actually be one of my favorite ancient ruins in WoW. No joke. There's actually one other one that would challenge this. We'll get to that in BFA. You've got the Mage Arena, where we learn that, you know, Archimond used to just like beating up the mages because it made him feel powerful. No, sorry. I don't understand that question. You've got the graphics bug in the distance. Always important to have the graphics bug. You've got the Legion isn't even here in force because they've basically abandoned the place. There's nothing here for them. So it's just a bunch of ghosts roaming around of all of the thousands and thousands who died when this place was cracked. And all of the people who didn't join the Legion were killed. And even the music. Even the visuals. Even the color. If Eva was here, she would tell you about the color. They have dirty walkways with cracks in them. And the foliage here is this, like, dying yellow and, like, a deep reddish purple. The colors, and even the trees are like this weird combination of like a very dull blue and a very dull yellow. Everything here is muted, and it gets across this feeling of a place that isn't dead or even dying. It's just here, forgotten, right? This place has been abandoned for millennia at this point in time, just left to its own devices. In fact, the only reason the Legion is even here, this is actually a story point, is that they notice that we go up there. And the Legion's like, why are they going up there? What is up there that they care about? Who gives a crap about frickin' Eridath? So the Legion follows us up here. Yeah, it's Elden Ring without the desiccation, is how I would describe that. So, best atmosphere. You're kidding, right, Elazar? Please tell me that's a joke. It's a joke. You know, I'm going to assume it's a joke. We're cool. It's a joke. We're cool. So, which zone do you think has the best music? I was actually pretty torn on this. The problem is Stormheim is mostly just Howling Fjord 2.0. High Mountain is good, but it's also mostly just Mulgore remixes. So, you're kind of listening to it now. No, they can have a baby. They just adopt, Elizar. I hate to pick the same zone twice in a row, but honestly, Eridath just has a really good musical suite. In fact, if I could show you... Give me a second. This is actually probably closer. While I'm doing this, who's your favorite side character in Legion? But there's one bit of atmosphere I didn't show off. Sorry, I'm kind of jumping categories here. Yeah, so this was the beginning of the modern look of the Void. It's been developed since then, but this is where they finally started sitting down and codifying what the Void looks like the visual coding. And this is true today. Like, they still have stuff like this in modern day. It's obviously higher definition, higher resolution nowadays, but like, actually, if I could show you really quick. Wrong thing. Nice music out here, too. This is a modern Void suit. Whoops, wrong thing. And you can see, if you just compare and contrast, see what the ground's doing there compared to this? This is from Midnight, right here. So you see what I mean when I say like they kind of codified the visual language right here. Anyways, so side character. I mean, it's a character who doesn't have substantial presence and or significance to the story. Someone you'd see for a side quest. In Dragon Age Origins, the guy who's guarding the ferry on the way to going to the Mage Tower would be a side character. For me, there's only one character it ever could possibly be. I was actually kind of torn. There's actually a lot of side characters in Legion, and a lot of good side characters in Legion. But there's only one pick. I'm not going to go all the way out there. I'm going to fast forward a little. I'm starting to get hungry. It's well into my lunch break here. Runos the Shamed. How many of you remember Runos the Shamed? As I do. Runos is a great character, and voiced by Jim Cummings. But part of what makes him such a great character is he's not just a joke, but they do two very clever things with him. And then they gut punch you. The first thing they do is he is an insight into the plight of the Nightborn before we ever go to Suramar. Long before we ever know what Suramar is, or what the Nightborn are, or we ever step foot into the endgame zone. One of the first quests we get, it's actually more like I want to say the 15th or so quest we get in, there's an assault right now, in Ajuna, is specifically to help this dude to go away. Is part of the Blue Dragonfly chain. And up until now, the Nightfallen have just been another random bad guy. You know, zombies, put simply. And then we fight one who starts talking to us. And then he is like, wait, no, please. And the whole format of the quest is very typical. First we go to an area and we interact with objects on the ground. Then we kill a couple of the trash mobs in the area. Then we kill the boss. He's the boss. When we go to fight him, he surrenders. And they play with the player here, because everything about this is designed such that he's a typical local boss enemy, right? But then he's talking to us, and he's chatting with us. He's like, I don't understand why you're attacking me. What's going on here? And he seems confused. But then he seems to find himself. But then he loses himself. And he's kind of funny, but kind of not. And he's freaking out a little bit, but not really. And he seems just a little bit unhinged. And the whole time, everything about him and his performance and his dialogue is screaming, I'm going to betray you. Fun fact, multiple people I know, including a friend of mine who went through this for the first time recently thanks to Lemix and the Jump Cap, thought that he was going to betray us. It was so obvious. It was so obvious he was going to turn on us and be like, ah, ha, ha. And then, if you remember, as part of the quest chain, there's this bit where he sends us to go do something, and then we do the something and we come back. And when we come back, he's gone, and we get a quest to go fight the local boss, which is similar to the quest we just did with him. So we go fight the local boss. Okay, cool. And then we come back, he's gone, and it turns out all of the Nightfallen are swarming the blue dragons and attacking them. And multiple people at that point are like, yeah, that's it. He's betrayed us. While we were gone dealing with this other thing, he went and started attacking the blue dragons. And now we got to go kill him again, right? It's actually really well set up. It's one of the perfect types of twists. Because it's the type of twist where you're not looking for the twist. Nobody's expecting the twist, so nobody's even looking for one. It's so normalized. It's just another day in the life. It's like, okay, sure, whatever. So you go back and you start fighting your way in and healing people. And you go into the cave. There's actually a quest to specifically send you into the cave. And there's Runas. He is so far gone, he is literally blind. And he came here to warn us about the coming attack. And his final words, I'm actually choking up a little bit, are to say thank you for making his final hours mean something. And then he descends, and he dies. Holy crap! You know, I was not expecting something like that. Senegos here, he's in Dragonflight, for those of you not aware. Yeah, he's not hostile. He doesn't attack you on sight like most Withered do. In Dragonflight, we actually find Senegos' journal. And there is an entire page, I forget the exact wording, but it says, Runas, this page is just for you. I like to think that Senegos kept him around and took care of him, what's left of him. In honor, right? In honor of him. I'm not sure there's been a better side character in all of WoW than that. Like, wow. Very, 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 very well utilized character for someone who's really only here for like 20 minutes and is only a part of a single quest chain. Only a portion of a single quest chain, no less. Great character. Sorry, took a moment there. Apologies. Best major character. We have quite a few major characters. Characters who have arcs, characters who are part of regional stuff. You know, we've got everything to do with a lot of them. Excuse me, good lord. I didn't expect that to hit me as hard as it did, but here we are. I would argue Khadgar qualifies for main character status, so he would be disqualified. Kil'jaeden is kind of a weird one because he's got a lot of presence and significance, but not as much screen time as he probably should be. I don't know. He's a weird one. Kil'jaeden probably qualifies. I think we could count him as a major character, and they do some good stuff with him. Thalyssra definitely qualifies as major character, arguably main. Like, we're with Thalyssra for a lot of Suramar, right? Ferondis, I think you were right earlier. I think Ferondis is actually a side character. He's only there for a fairly small portion of his zone. And that's it. We have to mention Illidan, who would qualify as a major character, not a main character. For me, and I know I'm going to get some hackles for this, my favorite major character in Legion is actually Odin. No, I'm serious. Hear me out for a second. As I mentioned before, first of all, he's got a great voice actor. That always helps. Second of all, he really is... Like, if you look at him through the proper lens, he really is the perfect type of awful. He's that type of horrible that at no point in time does it occur to him that he is being awful, right? he's a very realistic awful is actually what I would say about that. Like he's that rich guy who doesn't understand why it's a big deal that he pays all his friends to work as his servants. Right? Like there's just that unique slice of messed up about him. And he's boisterous and happy and laughing, but if anything goes wrong, he's livid immediately. But then he goes back to smiling. Everything's fine. Everything's cool. Odin's awful, and I love him for it. So best main character. Sorry, so we just mentioned Khadgar as a potential main character. He's Mr. Beast. Oh, God! No, he's not that bad. Yeah, no, exactly. He doesn't see other people at the same level as him. Bingo, Monobrand. I mean, why would he? He was a chosen of the Titans. So we had Khadgar. Thelyssra, arguably, that's pretty debatable. She's pretty borderline there. We did have Illidan. It's Velen. It's Velen. This is pretty much the only expansion Velen has really gotten to shine. But good God, did they do some stuff with him. I'm stuck. There we go. Ah! Oh, Jesus. That really screwed with the physics. Hang on. Yeah, Velen has so many powerful moments. Everything about the battle for the Exodar, and its conclusion, and his refusal in the face of Kil'jaeden, which is pretty much the main reason why we don't lose, thanks to those twists I mentioned earlier. Oh, I forgot to tell you what the twists were. Twist number one. Twist number one was the fact that Sargeras was physically manifesting in order to claim his prize in Azeroth. Something that nobody really knew was happening or was going on. It was just something he was doing without even telling his own legion. Which makes sense because of twist number two. Sargeras was abandoning the Legion. Sargeras has never wanted to work with the demons. The demons are a tool. He's also built into them this whole system. I don't know if you caught this. This is great the way this is constructed. So the Legion is inherently self-destructive. They will turn and twist on each other if not kept yoked and given new worlds to feed on, because they're all glutted on fel to the point where they need sources of life in order to survive. What this means is, by their nature, they will wipe out all life. No, Dakota. He actually found the demons. He did make a bunch of other people into demons, but anybody could do that. So I guess that he doesn't really get credit for that. I'm losing my train of thought. They would wipe out all life in the galaxy. We're going to say galaxy because the universe is stupid. Wipe out all life in the galaxy. And then there's no life left, which means the Legion would inevitably turn on itself and slowly starve to death, at which point there's nothing left. It's a tool that gets rid of itself. Brilliant. So he's always wanted to be rid of the demons because they've always just been the means to the ends. So he's physically manifesting, but the other thing he's done is he's gotten a hold of the Titan souls. And those were released back in Pandaria and Wrath, respectively, we're pretty sure. So now that he has the Titan souls, he doesn't need the demons. He's got Titans. Right? You get the idea. If he just had an army of Titans, all 6 Titans or whatever, then congratulations, he wins. There's no beating that. There's no pushing back against a group of Titans operating as one unit. And that's the final twist. The idea was, see, the thing is, if you look at it timeline-wise, if you look at it from the proper lens, he already had the Titans when we showed up, which means he's had the Titans for a while, and he's been trying to convert them to his side. He already succeeded at converting Agrimar. Yeah, no kidding, look at him. He's already succeeded at converting Agrimar to his side. If you remember, our goal through all of Legion was just to close that gate up there, that fel portal. So we successfully closed that portal for all intents and purposes in the Tomb of Sargeras. That's the culmination of the Legion campaign. And that would have been it. And pause for a moment. Let's look at an alternate reality. If that was it, if we just walked away from that and went back to our lives, What would have happened was X amount of years later, doesn't matter when, but at some point in time down the line, several fell titans would show up at our doorstep and kill us all. And that would have been it. It's also worth noting, we had no warning of that. We didn't even know about the whole Titan thing until we went to Argus personally, and we happened to have a frickin' speaker with us. Thanks for that, Magni. Appreciate you. So, yeah, no, that was going to be game. And it's the three spokes, right? It's Illidan, his obsession to get it done now, even though he didn't know it was going to work. It's worth noting. He does not technically get credit for that. He was doing a risky and foolish and stupid thing that happened to work out for reasons he didn't know about. The second thing was Khadgar, who had just had a pep talk from Medivh, who flat out told him, you got to deal with this. Don't kick the can down the road. And the third thing is Velen. This goes back to best main character. Velen was finally pushed out of his complacency circle in Legion. Obviously, he wasn't really much of a character before this, but retroactively we know that Velen has been very passive for most of his life. Run and hide, run and hide, run and hide. Don't confront. Don't deal with it. Just push it away. The loss of his son really pushed a button there. And the Battle of the Exodar was a pivotal moment for the history of the world because of how much that shoved Velen out of his safety zone. So yeah, in the tomb, Kil'jaeden goes to Baal. We've won. And Velen says, no! And Illidan says, we gotta go after him. And Khadgar says, you know what? Yeah, because of the Peps talk to me. So the three characters go through with us. And we defeat Kil'jaeden, and everyone's like, well, I guess this is it now. We're all going to die. And Illidan's like, I've got a really stupid idea. And he opens the portal up there, which as you can see isn't there right now, but it was there. And he forces our hand. He forces the issue. Hand of fate must be forced, yada, yada, yada. And then we go and we find out about the Titan thing. Whoops! So that's the second twist. Sorry. Moving on. That's why I think Velen's the best main character. So what's the best species design? I mean, you know the answer here. You know it. You know it. I think one of the reasons I like the Nightborn look so much is specifically, obviously they do some really good stuff with their like architecture stuff, but like just in terms of the model design, it's they took what night elves used to look like and made that a reality. I'm explaining this bad. Let me try this again. So night elves in modern era, as far back as Warcraft 3, are Amazons, right? Amazonian women. That's the whole shtick. That was the whole idea. What if we had savage elves? That's what night elves were. Later, that was developed into like the night elves and the high elves and the blood elves and all that other fun stuff. Oh yeah, and bearmen, exactly. You got that savage, like wilds kind of a thing going, right? So they sat down and looked at their own lore and said, well, hang on. The night elves used to be this big, arcane, upper aristocracy kind of a species who were renowned for having a magical empire. Well, what would that look like? So naturally, yes. Let me finish Legion, okay? And so they thought about it, and they said, what did the Night Elves look like? And that's the Nightborn. Right? This is what Night Elves used to be. And everything about their style and their approach, their animations, and their frickin' skin color and they're basically dead hair. Everyone has the same frickin' white hair because they've all been glutted with magic for millennia. Everything about them conveys this is what the Night Elves used to be if they had been put into magical stasis. And I'm actually with that. I do like that idea. I like that aesthetic. And not just because of the fact that they're total badass. Best individual character design, visually. I'm going to give a bonus point here. As usual, I tend to pick from raid bosses because I'm boring. But I do have to give bonus points to the Garathi in general and the Garathi Worldbreaker in particular. Who goes there? No one. Elisande is another valid pick. If I can find her, there she is. Also known as Commander Shepard. She's voiced by Jennifer Hale, who had a birthday recently. But for me, there's actually one that just jumped immediately to the front of my mind. It was such an obvious pick. God, look how generic Tichondrius looks. So, to properly convey this, let me first show you the dungeon version, actually. So Xavius portrays himself like this, right? He looks like this. And I know what you're thinking, oh man, he's so ugly. No. The whole part is, and if you really think about this, he's trying to look cool, strong, powerful. He's got spikes on his tail, and he's got these wonderful little edgy spikes coming out of the end of his tail, and he's got the armor and the black fur on his hooves. Yeah, and he's got big, strong hands, and he's got, oh yeah, he's so muscular. He looks so badass. And this is the image that Xavius projects. It is made very clear in the game. It's literally called the Shade of Xavius. It is just an illusion. It's the way he projects himself out into the outside of the Emerald Dream. So, God damn it, Maverick. Yeah, look at this glow I got going on. Haha, yeah. But then you see the real Xavius. This is his real body. Now, it's still cool to an extent, but it's ugly. In like a very specific way, right? It's grotesque. His back wings aren't even properly symmetrical, and they don't even move properly. He's got this big, fat rat tail with spikes in it. He's got spikes jammed into his hooves. His arms are like misshapen and deformed, and again, asymmetrical. He's got this big dangling tongue coming out of his mouth, which also has a spike into it. He looks gross, but like in a good way. Maybe gross isn't even the right word. Bloated. He looks bloated and misshapen and ugly. And I love it. Because this is the real Xavius. He's just a misshapen monster. Love it. No, I didn't actually, Eleazar. So yeah, no, he looks like Nurgle. Nurgle got around there. It's a great way to put that. So, what's the worst story arc in? It's the Warrior Order Hall. I challenge you to think of a worst story arc in Legion. It's the Warrior Order Hall. I'm not going to build it up. I'm not going to try to talk it up or down or anything. I already told you what it was earlier, literally. So, at the end, that's not even close to true. That's not even connected to truth. No. Now, if you're thinking the Jailer's behind it all, yes, absolutely yes. Definitely the entire setting was all because the Jailer's dick was huge. Yeah, even gameplay-wise, it's bad. But, I mean, just story-wise, the Warrior Order Hall is pathetic. To really emphasize this, for those of you not aware, each Order Hall is actually 3 chunks of quests. There's the initial, which is the bulk of it, right? That's the bulk of the story. That was the stuff that was at launch. Then they patched in something with the Broken Shore, where you would go get a companion, which is a little side quest. And then they patched in another thing, which was the Mount quest. The quality of these all vary, except for Warrior, because all 3 of these suck. You know what the third quest is for Warrior? You got to go fight in an arena for Odin's glory. That's it. And this is not me being facetious, by the way. This is not me making a joke. It's literally you go back into the halls of valor and you fight a few dudes because Odin wants to show how awesome he is. He is. He's Mr. Beast. He's so terrible. He's just such a horrible human being. His boots, man. You don't even know. Okay, what's the best arc? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. There are 3 that I very much enjoy that I think are like in competition. I'm just going to give you this away. I've already told you one of them. In fact, I've already told you 2 of them. One of them is the Hand of Fate thing, right? The big plot twist that I spent too much time talking about earlier. The fact that Illidan accidentally did the right thing, that Velen, out of lack of complacency, did the right thing, that Khadgar backed both of them. By the way, fun fact, without Velen, Khadgar, and Illidan, we wouldn't have been able to survive Kill Jaden. That's another fun one to think there. That whole story is great. I love that. I love it, I love it, I love it. Plus. But there's a second one, which is equally as good, and that's the liberation of Suramar. That is a kind of a cheat, because it's technically 2 story arcs across 2 patches, but it's still some of the best story that WoW did back before Dragonflight, back before modern WoW. The Suramar chain, plural, the Suramar chains were awesome. They included things like logistics, and geography, and logic, and using teleportation magic to accomplish things. And they had a ticking clock, which actually worked. And it was a very, 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 very good scenario, which leads me to the third one. Now, I don't think the third one really... Oh, you also see progress as you go through. That's true. The third one is cheating, and it's also not as good, but I wanted to mention it because it's the Death Knight Order Hall. All 3 of the Death Knight Order Hall quests, but really the first one and the third one. So, it's seemingly such a simple thing. If I told you the plot of the Death Knight Order Hall, you would be like, and? Because all the plot is making the 4 horsemen again. That's it. That's all. Nothing big. Nothing fancy. But the specifics and the writing and the dialogue and the quality on display are phenomenal. One of the first things you do is you go and you rip up Nazgrim, whose first thought is, I'm going to serve again. Let's go. The second thing you do is you go rip up... God, I can't think of his friggin' name. The Troll King guy. I can't think of the name of from Arathi. Yeah, what took you so long? And he's the troll guy. I can't think of his name. Hang on. Let me go get on my Death Knight real quick. Just go look at him. You go. And you go get the Human King. And Thoris, thank you. That was his name. I kept wanting to say Daneth, and I'm like, no, Daneth is still alive. Thoris Trollbane, who was like, yeah, let's go. We could fix that. I mean, that is a repairable problem. I agree completely. You don't have talents. Yeah, that's great. Moving on. Here they are. So, first one we get is Nazgrim. And he's like, let's go. Second one we get is Thoris. And he's like, okay, sure. And then the third one we get is Sally Whitemane. We'll come back to that. The last one we get is Darien. But, like, everything about each of these steps is actually way better than I'm making it sound. I want to focus in on this one. So, this is one of the most venerated heroes of the Horde who is dead. He's like a couple of steps below Vol'jin. So, what have we accomplished here? Oh, that's right. We've pissed off the Horde. Okay, sure. But then we go after Thoris Trollbane. One of the most venerated historic characters in human history. And a major element of like the Alliance and their own built-in mythos. So we've pissed off the Alliance. I should also mention we have a great bit of continuity with Cataclysm, because we also kill his son, who killed him, as part of bringing him back, which is just, it's its own little wonderfully satisfying moment. Whitemane is an interesting one. They don't do enough with her. I already complained. I already gave her the award for most wasted character because they could have done so much with her. But nevertheless, for Whitemane's thing, we go back to the dregs of what's left of the Scarlet Crusade. And both in gameplay and story, we're just running over them. They are a non-issue. There's no resistance. There's this room in the Scarlet Monastery as we're going to recruit Sally, which is just coated in blood. And if you look into that room, you just see Thoris doing this. Just kind of walking back and forth through the room. He is quietly livid at the very thought of the Scarlet Crusade even existing. Then they would go after Tyrion. Tyrion is the perfect pick to be a Death Knight. I've said that before and I'll say it again. And going after Tyrion was pretty much exactly what should have happened there. It also really emphasizes just how insidious the Third Lich King was. If you're paying attention, the Four Horsemen are almost incidental to all of this. The Third Lich King was clever. The First Lich King, he was pretty much a typical necromancer. He didn't do much. He just sat on his throne. I know he couldn't move because he didn't have a body. But the point is, that was his overall approach. He would send out his minions, and his minions would do his work for him. The second Lich King was very front and center, right? The second Lich King was all about getting right up in your face, and he was very flashy, right? Death Knight Arthas was a showboater, and he wanted to flex on you. He wanted to play with you before he put you down. The third Lich King, he has plans. I should use past tense. So he made sure that the Knights of the Ebon Hand were ostracized from the Horde and ostracized from the Alliance. He then tried to make sure that people would understand that even the greatest opponents of the undead would not be safe from him. And finally, he went after Tyrion Fordring in a situation that can only be referred to as a Xanatos Gambit. And for those who don't know what that means, it means there's no losing move. If we go in there and we recover Tyrion, he has one of the best paladins ever as his personal Death Knight. If we fail, he always had his backup option of Darien right here, which is the one he actually took. This is then later followed through on when we get to the third quest, which is the Mount quest. One of the first things that happens is we talk to a Lich. It's the guy over there. I can't remember his name. He's over that way. Exactly, Kira White Noise. Oh, yeah, he's a great guy, push-ups. Anyways, he is fighting the Legion. He is firmly committed to fighting the Legion. So we go talk to the Lich, and the Lich says, don't worry, I've set up some runes to magnify the Lich King's voice so you can hear his voice more clearly. And then the Lich just chuckles to himself, and it's like, okay. It's worth noting that there's this plot point where every time we walk up to one of these four people and raise them from the dead, we're not the ones doing that. The Lich King is. We are acting as a conduit for the third Lich King. That's his power that created the Four Horsemen, though. You with me? I just mentioned that because it's like, yeah, we want you to be even more of a conduit for the third Lich King. And it's like, So then we go talk to him, and he says, there's a vision. I want you to go figure out what it is. Go talk to the dragons. So we go talk to the dragons, and we have a wonderful quest where we end up walking into the Ruby Dragon Shrine, and we're looking for information on where this stupid skeleton is, where this corpse is. And the Lich King flat out tells us, you can kill or spare as much as you want. The choice is yours. And you, the player, have an honest-to-God role-playing option to go way out of your way. Because trust me, it is very hard to not kill anyone in that instance. Or kill just a few. Or kill very specific people. Or kill all of them. That's up to you, the player. How you play that is on you. But either way, the Ruby Dragonflight is now thoroughly pissed off at you. So now we've ostracized another group. Then we head north, and the Lich King, he waits until we were in the frozen north. when finally the Lich King tells us, by the way, you are going to get this mount and succeed at claiming it, and at that point you will then act in my name with this new mount, or you will die and I will claim Acaris for myself. Win, win. He also doesn't tell us that until it's too late to turn around. Shadowlands was nonsense. Shadowlands was always nonsense. Let's just throw that all out the window. Legion did some great stuff. Yeah, no, Bolvar was a general, and it shows. He just operated differently than Arthas did, than Second Lich King did. Just, woof. That whole quest chain is phenomenal. So, what's the worst cutscene in Legion? There's a few stinkers. We don't know push-ups, and honestly, we never will. The third Lich King plot arc was essentially abandoned in Shadowlands. So, we'll never know at this point. Unless they do something in Last Titan, which they totally could because the Scourge is still active in Northrend and currently causing massive problems up there. Yeah, no. So, the worst cutscene is easy. I'm sorry. It is actually very, very easy. Your crusade is over. Which is one of the dumbest Hollywoodish lines I've heard in this game, and I've heard a lot. WoW loves its Hollywood writing way too much. And that's on top of the fact that, yeah, it's true, Monobread. That's a valid point. I noticed something last night. I'll talk about it in just a second. The other thing that sucks about that cutscene is the freaking sword! Which still isn't relevant. Still. They still haven't come back to that stupid sword. What's the best cutscene? I really hope I could show you this cutscene. I consider this one of the best cutscenes in the entire game. Similar to Loktar back in Warlords. Damn, I might not be able to. Oh, I'm on my Death Knight. I'm on my Death Knight. I'm on the wrong character. No wonder it's not here. Actually, Lord Harriman has a valid point. So, excuse me, I made a mistake, which I'm going to correct right now. I'm actually going to contradict myself. While your crusade is over is a pretty dumb scene, I'm actually going to say the Alliance end of Broken Shore cutscene. Let me explain that briefly, because this is actually kind of strange. So, for those of you not aware, the Alliance and the Horde had different endings to the Broken Shore cutscenes, kind of. There was like, same cutscene, and then diverge, and then same cutscene. Makes sense. But the thing is, the Alliance get like, I want to say 6 or 7 seconds of a cutscene, and that's it. And it's very deliberately cut and styled so that you don't know what happens. By contrast, the Horde get like a solid minute and a half of extra stuff explaining what the hell's going on. So the Horde get the full cutscene. And so the reason I didn't think about this was because I was considering it from the perspective of the Horde. You know, the full cutscene. But Lord Harriman is correct. If you were playing Alliance, you got that tiny little non-cutscene, which made it look like the Horde betrayed the Alliance to the Legion. Now, that's nonsense and stupid on every level, but a lot of Alliance players were nonsense and stupid, no offense, Alliance players that are actually not nonsense and stupid, and actually bought into the idea that the Horde betrayed the Alliance at the Broken Shore, which is very, very dumb. And then, now this is out of the game at this point, but I just have to mention this. During events like BlizzCon and the like, people would get up on stage and say, the Horde betrayed you at the Broken Shore, and you lost your king. just stoking the flames, which makes sense because at this point in time they had BFA lined up. They knew where they were going with that. Still sucks. Just, Jesus Christ, people. Can I not... Is there not a thing to rewatch this cutscene? There might not be a thing to rewatch this cutscene. Sure. I didn't see a question, though, Elazar. There's no connection point between the Dreadlords and the Old Gods. I don't know where you're getting coming from. I also already said that. So I must have missed a follow-through. I don't see a way to rewatch the cutscene. That's a shame. Well, I'm very hungry, so let's go ahead and move on. I Am My Scars is one of the best cutscenes in this game. It's, No, you earned that, Lord Harriman. You win. I defer to you on that. You did a good job. Kira White Noise. I'm warning you. Where do the Dreadlords come from? We don't know. Short answer. Long answer. The Jailer! I Am My Scars is one of the best cutscenes in the game for a lot of reasons. Not the least of which being the fact that it's got a little bit of meta going for it, but everything leading up to that moment was building up to Illidan being the holy savior chosen one archetype. And basically everyone hated that. Now, thanks to hindsight, we now know that they were always baiting us on that. But at the time, it felt like they were just building up to Illidan being, you know, Goku, basically. He was the chosen one, and the one who was destined by the light. He received part of a Naru's soul, and will now use that to go forth. And yeah, he was going to be Illa-Jesus, and everyone was like, and everyone hated it. His dick was so big. And then we get to the scene, and the Naru Zira, who, by the way, it's worth noting, immediately before the cutscene, immediately before it, Zira actually says, we find out about Zira being really not as good as she sounds. And it's just a little hint. But that's when we find out that Zira had actually imprisoned Ilaria for disagreeing with her. And it's just this little mention there, but it's just it gets the player thinking, huh. Then we get to the scene where we resurrect Zira. Terrellian's like, I'm so happy you're back. I wish I could show you this cutscene. Terrellian's like, I'm so happy you're back. And Zira brushes him aside, doesn't even acknowledge him. Just go away. You're not relevant, my person who's totally devoted to me. You're not relevant. I want you, Illidan. You are my chosen one. And that's the thing. It plays with the chosen one concept, because usually the narrative of a chosen one, the concept, the trope of a chosen one, is that they are chosen by fate, right? By destiny, by reality itself. They are chosen. And here they decided to make it that Illidan was chosen by Zira. And so Zira is like, I'm going to give you this great power, and you're going to join us with the light, and it'll be awesome. And Illidan, who has been around the bend a couple of times, he's been around the block a couple of times, and he's like, yeah. And it's worth noting, he doesn't even say no. He's hesitant. He is cautious. And because Zira, who is severely zealot, takes any kind of hesitation as unacceptable, literally binds him in her light, in her essence, her power, and starts forcibly light branding him right in front of everybody. And everyone's just kind of like, because they're not 100% sure how to deal with this. This is when Illidan really starts to push back. I was like, no, you're going to let me go. And they have a great bit of back and forth until he finally says the line that the scene is known for, and what I call the scene. I am my scars. And then Illidan kills Zira. For those of you who don't remember, we also spent multiple entire quest arcs dedicated towards bringing Zira back. Successfully brought back Zira, only for her to then immediately be destroyed. And I do mean destroyed, by the way. Not like killed. Because Naru, when they die, they just become void creatures and they come back to being Naru. No, she is destroyed by Fel. And yeah, this is a prime Naru. It also nearly kills Illidan to do this. It's worth noting. This is not something he does casually. This is a last-minute desperation limit break kind of a move. Turellian has the light go out of his eyes. That's my favorite detail of the whole cutscene. Turellian has this glow in his eyes that just goes away. They never really say it outright, but the implication of that is so fascinating. And it's worth noting Turellian becomes a whole lot more cool after that. Huh. Yeah. And then the whole plot kind of tilts. It's like, okay, now what? Because remember, our whole goal for several arcs here has been getting to Zira. And it's like, okay, now what? Now what are we supposed to do? I love that cutscene. I'm not going to show it on camera. I'm very hungry. I want to go get food. Let's talk about our last few things, then I'm going to cut off for lunch. For you. Unique. What is the negative unique for Legion? What is the single thing that bothers you most about Legion, personally? The profession questions. You know, I was so happy when Legion came out and I found out that there were actual story arcs for professions. I was like, oh my god, I can actually raise my profession. I can care about my professions again. That's so cool. Legion didn't lock? Oh, you're talking about Mythic Dungeons. Never mind, Brady. Never mind. That's true, Lineruth. That's a valid point, too. Great cutscene. Love that cutscene. Was Illidan wrong? That's an interesting question. The thing I like most about Illidan was he was both right and wrong at pretty much the exact same time. Because, interestingly enough, life is complicated, and it's usually not quite so binary. For me, and I know you're just going to... Purely personally, there's actually two things. The first thing, worse, about Legion for me personally, is the padding of the order halls and Suramar. The mandatory rep grind, the mandatory mission table, having to go farm 50 demon blood again. I remember no, I hated it. Yeah, the time gating was frustrating in Legion. It was so bad, and especially now, from the perspective of right now. Going back through Legion last year for the review run was aggravating. And it shouldn't have been, because it was freaking Legion. But no. Hold on. Screw you. The second thing, though, was the HVA. So it's funny, because you're thinking, lore, it was barely in Legion. And you're right. In Storm... It's freaking Stormheim here. We go here, and the Alliance and Horde, excuse me, a radical force under Gam Greymane, and Sylvanas' forces are like, rah, 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 and they fight, and they fight, and they fight, and they fight. And then that shows up briefly one more time down here, and I hated it. In my mind, Pandaria was the end of it, and I wanted it gone, and I wanted it to never come back. I had, if you remember, I talked about this as we were going through the review series. By the time Pandaria had come out, I was so sick of the HVA that I wanted it to be done, and I never wanted to think about it again. So having even those two tiny little inputs into Stormheim pissed me off. I was like, okay. And that angered me, just top to bottom. I was mad about that crap. What's your favorite thing about Legion? Personally. Personal unique. Personal favorite thing. Argus near his ass? Or Withered Training. That was fun to do in Lemix. I am my scars. The Vindicar, yeah. We have a spaceship. Just saying, we have a spaceship. Anyways. You know my answer, if you've been paying any kind of attention. It's the artifact quests, specifically. I know I already talked them up because I already gave them a separate award, but I have to re-mention that the artifact quests were so good and so satisfying for someone who is such a continuity hound like me. Having them touch on so many elements of story from across all of Warcraft history. Some very esoteric. Finally finding out what's going on with the writers of frickin' Karazhan, right? Or touching up on what happened with the dwarves. Back in Dumburl, or whatever it's called, or like, the fact that some of the artifact quests tied into each other, like what happened in Tirisfal, and actually followed each other. There's a narrative there across the three of them. No, it was good. I loved the artifact quests. I loved all of them, every single one of them. I put a lot of myself into making the artifact episode of the World of Warcraft series. I highly recommend you go watch it. So Eleazar says, is WoW the last expansion when WoW mentions anything related to relevant to Warcraft 3? That's a good question. My first immediate answer was no, because BFA, an expansion we haven't even reached yet, talks about Warcraft 2 all the time. But I was like, wait, that's Warcraft 2. Either way, I'm going to go with a no. I'm not sure what the last one is that references Warcraft 3 directly, but it's been relevant at the very least, I'd say around Dragonflight. At the very earliest. Now I'm going to go grab some lunch because I'm freaking hungry. I'm going to speed up a little bit for the next two because I don't want to spend too much time in BFA and Shadowlands. Would there have been a downside of Illidan accepting the gift? Let's see. Yes. Yes. Let's see.